we're going to find some interesting things about the character known as the angel of Yahuwah in this chapter, which many of us, including me, believe is Yahusha pre-incarnate before he took on flesh. So here we go. Judges chapter 13, everyone. We're back. We're going to be reading. I'll be reading for you guys Judges 13. So let me get this up on the shared screen, all viewers and listeners. All right, so let me see here. Let me go back to the Word software. Okay, so this is a program that you can get for your pretty much for your computer, for your desktop, the wordsoftware.com. It's just like eSword. It's very similar to eSword. So I have the compare on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the Septuagint on the left side. I'm going to switch on Kalos to the Masoretic text here, which let's see, I'll use it. Follow TS 2009 here, the Scriptures 2009, which by the way is very similar to the Hallelujah Scriptures. Very similar. It's practically the same thing, same translation. All right, so we're going to go to Judges chapter 13. All right. Judges 13. All right. So, and the children of Yashar'al yet again committed lawlessness before Yahuwah, and Yahuwah delivered them into the hand of the Philistines 40 years. And there was a man of Sora, of the family of the kindred of Dan, and his name was Manoah, and his wife was barren and bore not. And the angel of Yahuwah, and you'll understand why I read it as the angel of Yahuwah, not an angel. You'll see why later on when he talks. He asks him, what is his name? And I got a cross-reference to give for that in the book of Isaiah. And the angel of Yahuwah appeared to the woman and said to her, behold, you are barren and have not borne, yet you shall conceive a son. Now be very cautious and drink no wine nor strong drink, and eat no unclean thing. Behold, you are with child and shall bring forth a son, and there shall come no razor upon his head. Remember, we just read this context in Numbers chapters 5 to 7. The context of this commandment has to do with a Nazirite vow. Okay? For the child shall be a Nazirite to Alua from the womb, and he shall begin to save Yasharal from the hand of the Philistines. And the woman went in and spoke to her husband, saying, a man of Alua came to me, and his appearing of an angel of Alua. So we see here the angel of Yahuwah, a man. Who else in Scripture takes on flesh, according to John? Who came in the flesh. Very dreadful, and I did not ask him where he was, and he did not tell me his name. And he said to me, behold, you are with child, and you shall bring forth a son. No wine nor strong drink, eat no unclean thing, for the child shall be set apart to Alua from the womb until the day of his death. And Manoah prayed to Yahuwah and said, I pray you, O Yahuwah, my master, the man of Alua whom you sent, let him now come to us once more and teach us what we shall do to the child about to be born. And Yahuwah heard the voice of Manoah, and the angel of Yahuwah, the angel of Alua, came yet again to the woman. And she sat in the field, and Manoah, her husband, was not with her. And the woman hasted and ran and brought word to her husband and said to him, behold, the man who came in the other day to me has appeared to me. And Manoah arose and followed his wife and came to the man and said to him, are you the man that spoke to the woman? And the angel said, I am.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, interesting choice of words there. I am. John chapter 8, anyone? And Manoah said, now shall your word come to pass. What shall be the ordering of the child in our dealings with him? And the angel of Yahuwah said to Manoah, of all things concerning which I spoke to the woman, she shall beware. She shall eat of nothing that comes of the vine yielding wine, and let her not drink wine or strong liquor, okay, and let her not eat anything unclean. All things that I have charged her, she shall observe. Manoah said to the angel of Yahuwah, let us detain you here and prepare before you a kid of the goats. So that's connecting to Numbers, what we read earlier, about the whole burnt offerings and the peace offerings. And the angel of Yahuwah said to Manoah, if you should detain me, I will not eat of your bread. And if you would offer a whole burnt offering to Yahuwah, you shall offer it. For Manoah knew not that he was an angel of Yahuwah. And Manoah said to the angel of Yahuwah, what is your name, that your word shall come to pass, and we may esteem you? And the angel of Yahuwah said to him, why do you ask after my name, where it is wonderful? Where have we seen that before? His name is Wonderful Counselor, Almighty All. And Manoah took a kid of the goats and its grain offering and offered it on the rock to Yahuwah with a distinct work. And Manoah and his wife were looking on. And it came to pass when the flame went above the altar toward heaven that the angel of Yahuwah went up in the flame. He went up in the flame of a fire. Where have we seen that before, that this character called the angel of Yahuwah was in the flame? Exodus chapter 3, verse 2. When he appeared to Masha. And Manoah and his wife were looking, and they fell upon their face to the earth, and the angel appeared no more to Manoah and to his wife. Then Manoah knew that this was an angel of Yahuwah. And Manoah said to his wife, but not just a regular angel. Notice what it says here, because this would be blasphemy to call an angel this, okay? It says, and Manoah said to his wife, we shall surely die because we have seen Elohim. He's calling the person that's the angel of Yahuwah, they're calling here Alua or Elohim, which is a title for the Father in this context. Okay, so this is not a regular angel. Okay, but his wife said to him, if Yahuwah were pleased to slay us, he would not have received our hand a whole burnt offering and a grain offering, and he would not have shown us all these things, neither would he have caused us to hear all these things as at this time. And the woman brought forth a son, she called his name Samson. And the child grew, and Yahuwah baruched them. And the spirit of Yahuwah began to go out with him in the camp of Dan and between Sarah and Ashol. Okay, so that's the end of the Judges portion before we go straight into Ezekiel, and we have another reader. I just want to say, I think it's pretty clear who this person is, the angel of Yahuwah. We did a study on the channel, and feel free to look it up. It's called Who is the Angel of Yahuwah? I've also did a short video way back in the day when I didn't have long hair, when I had more of a buzz cut type of haircut. Who the angel of Yahuwah equals the son of Yahuwah, question mark. In the book of Daniel, chapter 3, verse 25, Nebuchadnezzar actually says of that fourth person in the furnace, he says, that fourth person looks like the son of Alua, or the son of Eloah in your Masoretic text. You know. Okay.
Brother Doug, I have a question.
Yeah.
So how does he know? That's something I've always wondered. Nebuchadnezzar making that comment, and I always say, well, how would he know what the angel of Yahuwah looks like?
My guess would be that even in their culture, they understand that the concept of angels appearing as men, and that angels can be that can come in the form of a son of man. Even in the pagan religions, they have this concept. They have this concept of celestial beings taking the form of human flesh. Heavenly beings becoming like men. That's something that's even in the pantheons of Greece. I mean, you can actually go in the New Testament in the book of Acts. I think it's chapter 14. If not, someone correct me, where Paul and Barnabas are called Zeus and what, Mom? Was it
Apollo?
Zeus and Hermes? I think they're mistaken for, because in Genesis 6, believe it or not, I know this is not really taught. This view is not taught in cemetery school, as I like to call seminary schools, because I truly believe there's a lot of things that are being taught in seminary, whether they know it or not, or it's ignorance. A lot of man-made doctrines that are not scriptural are being taught, like the Sethite view of Genesis 6. When you even look at Genesis 6 and even the book of Jude talks about how these fallen messengers took the form of men. So, and a lot of the ancient cultures worshipped those B'nai Elohim as gods. So this concept of Nebuchadnezzar understanding that an angel, that could be an angel of Yahuwah in the furnace, is actually not that hard for him to comprehend. In their religions, they would actually understand that concept. It's only us that have an evangelical background, and we've kind of not fully understood the reality of angels in Scripture, and how angels don't come in their original form. When they come to earth, they never come in their original form. They always come as men the majority of the time. Even Yahuwah himself appeared to Abraham as a man in Genesis 18 with two other angels. Those two angels went to Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah mistaken those angels for men. So this is like a context, a historical context that even the pagan religions actually understand.
So was he thinking that it was one of his gods, or was he talking about the God of Israel?
The reason I believe Yahuwah actually inspired him to say what he said in Daniel 20, chapter 3, verse 25. I believe Yahuwah used Nebuchadnezzar to say that. He actually inspired him to say that he looks like the son of Alua. And only by being inspired by the Father could he say that. Because he's not just saying he looks like an angel of Yahuwah. He's actually saying he looks like the Son of the Almighty. He looks like the only begotten. So Yahuwah is using a pagan king to actually make that statement. And many times in Scripture, Yahuwah can do that. He uses heathen for his own purpose. And so I believe that was the start of Nebuchadnezzar. One of his chances to convert was there, because you opened his eyes spiritually, like, yeah, that's my son, that's the Messiah, that's right there, pre-incarnate.
Correct.
So I believe that's what really happened. Now, unfortunately, modern translators, I don't know where they get this concept that it's a son of the gods. That, to me, that's very bad. That first of all, you're translating Eloah or Alua as plural when it's supposed to be singular. That's number one, that can't be the case, that he's the son of the gods, because it's not plural there in the Hebrew. Even it's actually singular, and it's referring to a son of the Almighty, not a son of the lower gods, lowercase gods's. And a son of the lower gods's, you would actually be calling him a giant. In even pagan culture, they understand this. The hybrid giants, they call them the Titans in Greek mythology. In other mythologies, they call them other names. The old ones in what is it called, Lovecraft? H.P. Lovecraft, they called them the old ones. I mean, every culture has a version of the hybrids, which came out of Genesis 6. So I doubt if Nebuchadnezzar really thought he was a son of the gods, he would have said that. He would have not said the son of Alua. He obviously was making a distinction. Yahuwah used him to make a distinction that this is his son pre-incarnate in the form of an angel, which we see all over the Old Testament. The angel of Yahuwah wrestles with Jacob. Jacob doesn't just call him an angel, he calls him Elohim. He actually in the Septuagint, I think it says I saw the image or form of Elohim. So
Yeah,
he,
that's interesting that you say that, because Yahushua wasn't on the earth yet, and yet still Nebuchadnezzar made this comment. So I agree with you that the father had to be the one to put that, inspire that in his heart to even say that, because Yahushua wasn't born yet.
yeah. And no other pagan king really knows about these messianic prophecies until the time of the New Testament. And Herod even knows about the messianic prophecies at that point. But in the Tanakh BC time period, they really didn't know much about a messianic figure. It was more of I believe Nebuchadnezzar was definitely inspired by the Ruach to say that, the set apart spirit to say that. And from that point on, Nebuchadnezzar is kind of like going back and forth. He eventually repents, and I believe he eventually becomes a true believer in Yahuwah and Yahusha, because it's even historically founded. He wrote one of the chapters of the book of Daniel. It's a historical fact. So he actually converted and actually contributed to be an author of scripture. So it's interesting to note that Nebuchadnezzar, out of all those kings Daniel served, he specifically was chosen to write one of the chapters of Daniel's book. So, and Nebuchadnezzar obviously had to learn the hard way. You read in Daniel, he had to become like a brute beast in the wilderness and this and that. But anyway, so yeah, but the phrase the angel of Yahuwah, to even bigger point, piggybacking off of what Marissa said, you'll see a lot of times there's this same person, the angel of Yahuwah did this, did that. He appeared to him. Jacob called him the image of the Father. In Colossians chapter 1, what does it say? It says Messiah is the visible image of the invisible Elohim, right? So the angel of Yahuwah has to be Yahusha, because to reconcile those two verses, if they're talking about the same person, Yahusha has to be this the messenger of Yahuwah that's appearing to people. He appeared to Hagar. And when you get into the Targums, like, we don't have time to go into the Targums all the times you see the angel of Yahuwah there, but the majority of the time, it's interesting to note in the Aramaic Targums, the angel of Yahuwah is paraphrased as the word of Yahuwah in the Targums. So it's interesting to note first century Judeans of the tribe of Judah understood this concept. They actually knew this concept. Whether they accepted Messiah or not, that's a whole nother ball game, but they understood that the person known as the Word of the Father was the same person as the messenger of the Father, like same exact entity. So I just thought to mention that. It's interesting. You can find that in I think it's the Jerusalem Targum of Jonathan. They both say the word of Yahuwah appeared to Hagar. So I find it interesting. Anyway, so moving on. That was Judges 13, the Nazarite vow of Samson that his mom took on for him and dedicated him to the Father. So now we're going to move on. Let's see. I think Sister Josie is next. She's going to be reading Ezekiel chapter 44 to 48 for us.
Okay, here we go. Ezekiel 44. And he brought me back to the outer gate of the set apart place, which faces east, and it was shut. And Yahuwah said to me, this gate is shut, it is not open, and no one enters it, because Yahuwah Elohim of Israel has entered by it, and it shall be shut. The prince as prince, he sits in it to eat bread before Yahuwah, coming in by way of the porch of the gate and going out the same way. And he brought me by way of the north gate to the front of the house, and I looked and saw the esteem of Yahuwah filled the house of Yahuwah, and I fell on my face. And Yahuwah said to me, Son of man, set your heart and see with your eyes and hear with your ears all that I say to you concerning all the laws of the house of Yahuwah and all its Torah. And you shall set your heart to the entrance of the house with all the exits of the set apart place, and shall say to the rebellious, to the house of Israel, Thus said the Master Yahuwah, O house of Israel, enough of all these abominations of yours, that you brought in sons of a foreigner, uncircumcised in heart and uncircumcised in flesh, to be in my set apart place to profane it, my house, that you brought near my food, the fat and the blood, and you broke my covenant because of all your abominations, and you did not guard the charge of that which is set apart to me, but you have set others to guard the charge of my set apart place for you. Thus said the Master Yahuwah, no son of a foreigner, uncircumcised in heart or uncircumcised in flesh, comes into my set apart place. Even any son of a foreigner who is among the children of Israel. And the Levites who went far from me, when Israel went astray, who strayed away from me after their idols, they shall bear their crookedness. And they were attendants in my set apart place as gatekeepers of the house and attendants of the house, slaying the ascending offering and the slaughtering for the people, and standing before them to attend them. Because they attended to them before their idols and became a stumbling block of crookedness to the house of Israel. Therefore, I have lifted my hand in an oath against them, declares the Master Yahuwah, that they shall bear their crookedness and not come near me to serve as my priest, nor come near any of that which is set apart to me, nor into the most set apart place. And they shall bear their shame and their abominations which they have done. Yet I shall make them those who guard the duty of the house for all its work and for all that has to be done in it. But the priests, the Levites, the son of Tajdok, who guarded the duty of my set apart place when the children of Israel went astray from me, they shall draw near to me to serve me, and shall stand before me to bring to me the fat and the blood, declares the Master Yahuwah. They shall enter my set apart place, and they shall draw near to my table to serve me, and they shall guard my charge. And it shall be, when they enter the gates of the inner courtyard, that they put on linen garments, and no wool shall come upon them while they attend within the gates of the inner courtyard or within the house. They shall have linen turbans on their heads and linen trousers on their bodies. They shall not gird themselves with sweat. And when they go out of the outer court, out to the outer courtyard, to the outer courtyard to the people, they shall take off their garments in which they have attended, and shall leave them in the set apart rooms, and shall put on other garments, and they shall set apart the people in their garments. And their heads they shall not shave, nor shall they let their hair grow long. They shall keep their hair well trimmed. And no priest is to drink wine when he comes into the inner court. And they do not take as wife a widow or a divorced woman, but take maidens of the seed of the house of Israel, or widows of priests. And they are to teach my people the difference between the set apart and the profane, and make them know what is unclean and clean. And they are to stand as judges in a dispute and judge it according to my right rulings. And they are to guard my Torah and my laws in all my appointed times and set apart my Shabbats. And they are not to defile themselves by coming near a dead man. only for a father or mother, for a son or a daughter, for a brother or unmarried sister, they defile themselves. And after his cleansing, they count 7 days for him. And on the day that he comes into the inner court of the set apart place to attend in the set apart place, he brings his sin offering, declares the Master Yahuwah. And it shall be to them for an inheritance. I am their inheritance. And you give them no possession in Israel. I am their possession. The grain offering and the sin offering and the guilt offering they are to eat, and all that is dedicated in Israel is yours. And the first of all, the first fruits of all, and every contribution of all your contributions belong to the priest, and the first of your ground meal you give to the priest, so that a blessing rests on your house. The priests are not to eat any bird or beast found dead or torn to pieces. Did you want to expound, Doug?
Yeah, yes, that's actually a great idea because there's some interesting things in here, especially for
Uh-huh.
those that have come from an evangelical background and might think that circumcision is done away with.
Right.
I just thought it's interesting, mind you. Ezekiel, the latter parts of Ezekiel, if we're honest with letting prophecy, interpreting prophecy, literal. This is all millennial context. So in verse 9, where it's talking about let no stranger, Gentile, be uncircumcised in flesh or heart enter into my set apart place. So in the millennium, you can't come into the temple and worship Yahuwah unless you are both. So I would suggest we really reevaluate our interpretation of Paul's letters. Because if what he's saying, if Paul is really saying circumcision doesn't matter and we don't need to be physically circumcised, we got a problem with prophecy then. We got Paul disagreeing with Ezekiel then. Because Ezekiel is straight up saying that in the millennium, in a millennial context, with these Levites coming back, you have to be circumcised in not only in the heart, but also in the flesh physically to enter to his sanctuary. So I wanted to touch on that real quick in verse 9. I also found it interesting, and this is on the other side for we have any Jewish listeners or anyone that's, that's in the religion of Judaism that came across our study today. This is an answer for those that we witness to that are Jewish and say, well, we don't need to have a Messiah to save us. We just need to return to the Father, and they're only Old Testament only. So what I would say to them, well, there's a problem there because the Levites kind of, they messed up too. It wasn't just, the other 11 tribes. The Levites messed up too, and they have to bear their own lawlessness, it says here in verse 10. So they don't have any atonement. If you don't believe that Yahushua is the Messiah and you think you can just come back into covenant with the Father on your own through your own works of righteousness, you have a problem here. Because even in a Levitical priesthood, there was a blemish in the Levitical priesthood because of the Levites. So the Levites departed from Yahuwah and started becoming idol worshipers. So this is why that Paul talks about this in the book of Hebrews. He says that a more better priesthood came because of the people in the first covenant. It was not perfect. He found something wrong with the priesthood because of the priests, because the priests were not perfect. Yahushua is a perfect priest. Yahushua is a perfect Melchizedek priest without any sin whatsoever. So this is the problem that you're going to run across if you honestly believe that the New Testament is not valid and you don't accept Yahushua as a savior. You have no atonement for sin. You have no atonement whatsoever. And I'm taking it straight from the book of Ezekiel, not even a New Testament book. You have a imperfect priesthood because of the priests. So I would seriously ask you to pray to the Father about that. Really consider what you believe about the New Testament not being legitimate. I would really ask you to pray and ask for discernment about that, because to me it's pretty clear the New Testament is valid. Yahushua is the true Messiah, and he is the only way for salvation. You cannot work for salvation. You cannot obtain salvation through the works of the Torah or your own righteousness. Yahuwah says in the book of Psalms, Old Testament again, he says that even our righteous acts that we do are filthy rags to him. Okay. You could be the most righteous human being of this age, and he would still consider your outward works as filthy rags. Your outward works of the Torah. So I would really consider, this is a Tanakh concept. This is an Old Testament concept. This is not even New Testament. We can go to the Torah where it says, without the shedding of blood, there's no atonement for sins. So anyway, but moving on, end of my little rabbit trail there. Okay. So, let's see here. Okay, the priests, the sons of Zadok, they became the new priests for Yahuwah in the Levitical system. They replaced the other Levites that went astray. And so it's very possible when we look at books like Isaiah 66, 20, 21, that literally says he will take them for Levites. It's very possible, ethnically speaking, Yahuwah is going to be looking for any descendants that are living right now that are of Zadok's lineage, most likely. From what I can see here, there was a change even in the Levitical priesthood that he specifically went to the sons of Zadok, which funny to mention. We earlier this week, Brother Joshua mentioned something about this, that if you look at the Greek version of Zadok, it's the prefix of Sadducee. So it's very interesting to note, historically, the Sadducees came from the line of Zadok, it seems like. Because as you can see from the Septuagint here, Sadduc. So Sadducee would have an I and an E at the end, but it's practically almost the same word. Okay, so, and there's many people that believe that the Sadducees were descendants of Zadok and of that priestly line. So anyway, so I just find that interesting to note. So anyway, so the fat and the blood also is important to mention. The context of this you can find in Leviticus and other places in the Torah, that it's not that you can't eat fat at all. It's that you can't eat the fat of his sacrifices. Okay. You can find that in Leviticus, I think possibly in Deuteronomy, possibly in Exodus. I don't have the scriptures offhand, but there's multiple witnesses in the Torah for that context of what it means by you can't eat fat. A lot of people misunderstand that, and then they add to the Torah and they start saying we can't eat the fat of beef. We can't, but what it's really saying is you're not to eat the fat of his offerings, his sacrifices, his whole burnt offerings, his peace offerings, sacrifices for sins. Those animals that were sacrificed in the Levitical system, you could not eat their fat. It was a sin to eat the fat of those sacrifices. Now, the blood, on the other hand, is both. You can actually find scripture that talks about do not eat blood at all, because that's actually a cultic practice. We don't have time to go into all that, but just to let you know, in the pre-flood world, basically, according to extra biblical literature like Enoch, the consuming of blood and vampirism and cannibalism even was taught by the children of the Watchers, the children of the B'nai Elohim, the warriors of the famous heroes of ancient times, as the NLT translation puts it in Genesis 6. They were the Gibborim of ancient times. They were the giants. They taught mankind to do wicked things like that, and so did their fathers, the B'nai Elohim, the sons of Elohim that came into the daughters of humans. Okay, so the eating blood is a very weird, wicked Babylonian occultic practice, and so anyway. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. If not, I'll give the floor back to Sister Josie to continue to 45. I think that's pretty much it, though. That's pretty much all I wanted to really touch on there. So, yeah. All right.
Ezekiel 45. And when you divide the land by lot into inheritance, offer a contribution to Yahuwah, a set-apart portion of the land, in length 25,000 cubits long, and in width 10,000, this being set apart throughout its border all around. Of this, a square plot is to be for the set-apart place, 500 by 500, with 50 cubits around it for an open space. And from this measure, you are to measure 25,000 cubits long and 10,000 wide. And in it is to be the set apart place, the most set apart place. This is to be a set apart portion of the land belonging to the priests, the attendants of the set apart place, who draw near to serve Yahuwah. And it shall be a place for their houses and set apart ground for the set apart place. And 25,000 cubits in length and 10,000 in width is for the Levites, the attendants of the house, for them for a possession, 20 rooms. And give the city as possession 5,000 cubits wide and 25,000 long, beside the contribution of the set apart portion. It belongs to all the house of Israel. And the prince is to have a portion on one side and on the other of the set apart contribution and of the possession of the city, and bordering on the set apart contribution and the possession of the city, on the west side westward, and on the east side eastward, and the length alongside one of the portions, from the west border to the east border of the land. This is his possession in Israel, and my princes shall no longer oppress my people, and they shall give the land to the house of Israel according to their tribes. Thus said the Master Yahuwah, enough, your princes of Israel, but put away violence and plundering, and do right ruling and righteousness, and stop your evictions of my people, declares the Master Yahuwah. Have right scales and a right ephah and a right bath. Let the ephah and the bath be of the same measure, so that the bath contains 1/10 of a homer, and the ephah 1/10 of a homer. Let their measure be according to the homer. And the shekel is 20 gerahs. Your mina is 20 shekels, 25 shekels, 15 shekels. This is the contribution which you present. You shall give 1/6 of an ephah from a homer of wheat, and 1/6 of an ephah from a homer of barley. And the law concerning oil, the bath of oil, is 1/10 of a bath from a core. A core is a homer, or 10 baths, for 10 baths are a homer. And 1 lamb from a flock, from 200, from the watered pastures of Israel for grain offerings and for an ascending offering and for peace offerings to make atonement for them, declares the Master Yahuwah. All the people of the land are to give this contribution to the prince of Israel. And on the prince are the ascending offerings and the grain offerings and drink offerings at the festival, the new moons, the Sabbaths, and all the appointed, excuse me, in all the appointed times of the house of Israel. He is to prepare the sin offering and the grain offering and the ascending offering and the peace offerings to make atonement for the house of Israel. Thus says the Master Yahuwah, in the first month, on the first of the new moon, you are to take a young bull, a perfect one, and shall cleanse the set apart place. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering and put it on the doorposts of the house, on the four corners of the ledge of the slaughter place, and on the post of the gate of the inner court. And do the same on the 7th of the new moon for anyone who makes a mistake or is foolish. And you shall make atonement for the house. In the first month, on the 14th day of the new moon, you have the Pesach, a festival of 7 days. Unleavened bread is eaten. And on that day the prince shall prepare for himself and for all the people of the land a bull for a sin offering. And during the 7 days of the festival, he prepares an ascending offering to Yahuwah, 7 bulls and 7 rams, perfect ones, daily for 7 days, and a male goat daily for a sin offering. And he prepares a grain offering of 1 ephod for each bull and 1 ephod for each ram, together with a hin of oil for each ephod. In the 7th month, on the 13th day of the new moon, at the festival, he prepares like these 7 days as the sin offering, as the ascending offering, as the grain offering, and as the oil.
All right. Great justice. All right, so let's see here. What to expound on here? I mean, um, okay, so we got a lot of talk about the grain offerings, the whole burnt offerings, sin offerings, new moons being mentioned multiple times. The fest being mentioned here, so obviously reinstatement of the Levitical priesthood in a millennial context. Okay, let's see here. Couple of interesting differences I should say to be nice about it here with the Masoretic text. A lot of substitutions here with the terminology here. So just for anyone that's interested, when usually you see in certain translations for the Father, when they replace his name, sometimes they have like sovereign and then all caps Lord. Okay, sovereign there is actually Adonai. Believe it or not, that's the word Adonai. Okay, the Masoretes have created just a short little history because we obviously don't have time to go into the whole history of like Adonai and Adonis and all that. But let me just give you a short little history lesson on this. Basically, what happened was at some point in time, the Israelites substituted Yahuwah's name for Adonai through man-made tradition that was carried down later on to the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and around the time that Yahushua was even on the earth, it got carried down to. In the day of Jeremiah, and we can go here really quick. Let me just go to Jeremiah 23:27 to give you proof of this, that they started forgetting Yahuwah's name in the worship of Baal or Adonis or Adonai. Okay, it says here, Jeremiah 23:27 in the Brenton's English Septuagint says, who devised that men may forget my Torah, my law, by their dreams. Where have we heard that before? Oh, the Lord spoke to me, and he told me to tell you this. You know, that's why I say be very careful, like with these self-proclaiming prophets out there. Be very careful about that. If they're not speaking according, what does it say, Mom, in Isaiah in the King James? It says, if they do not speak according to this word, there's no light in them.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so be very careful when a self-proclaimed prophet says the Lord spoke to me and now the law is done away with at the cross. When you start hearing people that are teaching against the law and saying the law is done away with, it ended at Yahushua's sacrifice. They are not a true prophet. They are a prophet trying to make you forget the Father's law in the worship and his name in the worship of Baal. Okay, it says, prophesy purposes of their own heart, who devise men that may forget my law by their dreams, which they had told everyone to his neighbor, as their fathers forgot my name in the worship of Baal. And I'll just give you one example here where there's proof of this. This is not a conspiracy theory. There's proof of this. Nimrod, at the Tower of Babel, right, you had all these different nations, right, which I think we could assess many different languages came out of those different nations, okay? Let me see here. Let me go to Phoenicia.org here. This is a website about Phoenician history and how Adonis is related to the Hebrew Adonai. So I'm just going to read a very small portion of this article because I know we don't have much time. It's getting late on the Sabbath on my end. So I'm going to try to make this as short as possible. By the way, I have a whole series of the verses series, LXX versus Masoretic Text, MT series, where we've read different books of the prophets and showed how many times the Masoretes added in Adonai there in front of Yahuwah's name, sometimes replacing Yahuwah's name with Adonai physically in the text. So let me just read this real quick. Adonis. Adonis is a young fertility god, comely youth, beloved by Astarte. Okay, so this is basically, in the biblical account, we can say this is Nimrod and his mother / wife, the queen of heaven in the book of Jeremiah. Ishtar, Astarte, Semiramis, okay, and represents death and rebirth. Well, he's also known in Egypt as Osiris, the god of the dead, okay, in the Oriental vegetation cult. So he was a leader of a vegetation cult. Probably that's where we get all these vegan Gnostic believers out there. I wouldn't be surprised that say, you got to go back to the diet of the garden or you're not going to be saved, and all that crazy nonsense. Anyway, he's also known as the agricultural divinity named Eshmun. Adonis is derived from the Canaanite title Adon, which, by the way, is even in the Hallelu scriptures ISR because they use the Masoretic Old Testament. Okay. So it's not really their fault. I don't want you to think I'm attacking the ISR Hallelu scriptures. It's really not their fault entirely. It's mainly the Masoretes. Okay. All right. It is the Semitic word for master or Lord, and it means, when it has the I at the end, it means my. So my master, Adonai. Okay. Therefore, Adonai, Adonis is the Hellenized. So Adonis is the Hellenized or Greek version of the same. Translates as my master, similar meaning of Baal, with whom he shares traits. Basically, what it's saying is he is literally, Baal is the Canaanite version of Adonis, is what this article is saying. Okay, so there's a lot of historical info. We can't get into all of it today because of time's sake, but if you do your own research, you'll find multiple witnesses to this. You can find it on etymologyonline.com. I'll give all the links in the description when this video is uploaded to YouTube. Okay, this is a well-known secular fact that Adonai comes from the Greek pagan god Adonis, which comes from Baal, which comes from Nimrod. Okay, so again, this is why I am very anti the phrase. I am very against the phrase Adonai. Okay, and so it seems like the worship of Baal from Jeremiah's day in Jeremiah 23:27 has came back, or even went all the way through the rest of the Old Testament times into the New Testament times. So in Ezekiel 44, no, not 44, 45 verse 9, the Septuagint, I'm going to show you how the Septuagint here does not have Adonai. That's what I wanted to show you guys real quick. So if we go to 45, chapter 45, verse 15. Okay. I'll show you from the Greek here. It has kurios, theos. So if you translate the Septuagint Greek back into the original Paleo-Hebrew that it would have been translated from back in 285 BC, 285 BC, okay, it would have said in the original Paleo-Hebrew manuscript, Yahuwah Elohim, not Adonai Yahuwah, okay? So basically, Adonai is being replaced for Yahuwah here, and then they put the Tetragrammaton back to replace the Theos or Elohim there. And that happens multiple times in these chapters here. It happens, verse 18 happens again, and verse 21, it happens again there. It also happened, I forgot to mention, in chapter 44 of Ezekiel, verse 6, which actually says, if we go back there, I'll just show you guys that I'm not making this up here with the compare view here. Okay, kurios, theos. Okay, then you got on the Masoretic side, master, English master, which goes back to the Adonai. Okay, and then you have Yahuwah. So a lot of the times you'll see Adonai being added by the Masoretic text, by the Masoretes. So I just wanted to make a mention of that, just for those FY, for those that didn't know about that. So I'll give it back to my sister Josie. And by the way, you're doing a great job reading, sis.
Oh, thank you. Just excuse me, because I've had this sinus infection and it's still, I have a hard time breathing right now through my left nostril.
Oh, no.
Oh, but it's okay. I mean, it's almost done. It's just my left side. But we are now on Ezekiel 46, correct?
Yes.
Thus said the Master Yahuwah, the gate of the inner courtyard facing east is shut the 6 days of work, but on the Sabbath it is opened, and on the day of the new moon it is opened. And the prince shall enter by way of the porch of that gate from the outside, and he shall stand by the post. And the priest shall prepare his ascending offering and his peace offerings, and he shall bow himself at the threshold of the gate, and shall go out, but the gate is not shut until evening. And the people of the land shall also bow themselves at the entrance to this gate before Yahuwah on the Sabbaths and on the new moons. And the ascending offering which the prince brings to Yahuwah on the Sabbath day is 6 lambs, perfect ones, and a ram, a perfect one. And the grain offering is 1 ephah for a ram, and the grain offering for the lambs, a gift of his hand, and a hin of oil for an ephah. And on the day of the new moon, a young bull, a perfect one, 6 lambs, and a ram, they should be perfect. And he prepares a grain offering of an ephah for a bull, and an ephod for a ram, and for the lambs as his hand attains, and a hin of oil for an ephod. And when the prince enters, he comes in by way of the porch of that gate, and goes out the same way. And when the people of the land enter before Yahuwah at the appointed times, whoever shall enter by way of the north gate to bow himself goes out by the way of the south gate. And whoever enters by the way of the south gate goes out by the way of the north gate. He shall not return by way of the gate through which he came, but goes out through the opposite one. And the prince is to be in their midst, entering when they enter, and going out when they go out. And in the festivals and in the appointed times, the grain offering is an ephod for a bull, an ephod for a ram, and for the lambs, the gift of his hand, and a hin of oil for an ephod. And when the prince makes a spontaneous ascending offering or spontaneous peace offering to Yahuwah, the gate facing east shall be open for him. And he shall prepare his ascending offering and his peace offerings as he did on the Sabbath day. And he shall go out, and after he goes out, the gate shall be shut. And make a daily ascending offering to Yahuwah of a lamb a year old, a perfect one, preparing it morning by morning. And prepare a grain offering with it morning by morning, a sixth of an ephod, and a third of a hin of oil to moisten the fine flour, a grain offering to Yahuwah. Continual everlasting laws. And prepare the lamb and the grain offering and the oil morning by morning, a continual ascending offering. Thus said the Master Yahuwah, when the prince gives a gift of some of his inheritance to any of his sons, it belongs to his sons. It is their possession by inheritance. And when he gives a gift of some of his inheritance to one of his servants, then it shall be his till the year of release. Then it shall return to the prince. Only the inheritance of his sons is theirs. And the prince does not take any of the people's inheritance by evicting them from their possession. He is to give his sons their inheritance from his own possession, so that none of my people are separated from his possession. And he brought me through the entrance, which was at the side of the gate, into the set apart rooms of the priest facing north. And look, there was a place at the extreme rear towards the west. And he said to me, this is a place where the priests cook the guilt offering and the sin offering, and where they bake the grain offering, so as not to bring them out into the outer courtyard to set the people apart. And he brought me out into the outer courtyard and made me pass along to the four corners of the courtyard. And look, in every corner of the courtyard was another courtyard. In the four corners of the courtyard were courtyards covered over, 40 cubits long and 30 wide. These four corners have one measure, and a row of building stones all around in them, all around the four of them. And places for fire were made under the rows all around. And he said to me, these are the kitchens where the attendants of the house cook the slaughterings of the people. Did you?
Yeah, sis. Let me see here. Wow, there's actually a lot.
There is.
chapter 46. Again, the new moon's being mentioned. I wanted to make a mention of this because I used to teach this, and I have to publicly recant my former stance about the new moons being a Sabbath. They are not a Sabbath. I used to teach this unknowingly, making a false assumption. Because there's certain similarities between it, I kind of took that and ran with it. That it's a type of a Sabbath, but actually there's places like Exodus chapter 40 that literally said that they put up the tabernacle. They actually built and set up the tabernacle in the wilderness on the new moon. So I just want to recant. I want to publicly repent on YouTube, Facebook right now. Sorry, guys, for misleading you. Sorry. I didn't know at the time. I did not have the Septuagint to really compare. I did not think to compare with the Septuagint with the Masoretic text. A lot of the times, the Masoretic text combines two different words as one word. They'll actually combine the word for month with new moon, which is very misleading. Amos 8:5 is one I used to use for the Sabbath stance of the new moons, but if you actually look at the context, it's actually talking about the sabbatical year. And it's actually, or no, the Jubilee year. It's talking about them waiting to sell grain when the month is over, because once the Jubilee year is over, you can start, tilling the ground and all that and reaping the new fruits. So the 50th year is known as a Jubilee year in Scripture, and it's actually a year where you're not supposed to be reaping the new harvest at all. The land is supposed to rest. So I just wanted to recant that former stance I had, and maybe that will be a future study on explaining why I've changed my stance on that. But just know there's many times in the Old Testament even where people did physical labor on the new moon. So just wanted to make that a mention of that. Also, the verse is just literally saying here that the court is open on the new moon and the Sabbath. It's not saying that the new moon's a Sabbath. So I think sometimes we just make assumptions without looking at proper context. And I think that's something we all need to learn, even myself, not to do. Don't jump to conclusions without having proof. Let's see. The porch of the inner gate. We have the whole burnt offerings mentioned again. The peace offerings mentioned. I find it interesting. It says the gate shall not be shut till evening. So it shows that evening is the end of a day, in my opinion. It's very clear that it's showing a pattern here. The gate shall not be shut until evenings, because it would make the most sense if sunset starts a new day and that it's shut. It's the end of that day, so now the gates are shut. The people of the land shall worship at the entrance of the gate, both on the Sabbaths and at the new moons. And I used to use this again, trying to assume that means the new moon's a Sabbath. That just means they're worshiping at the gate. They're worshiping Yahuwah. Every day we were to be worshiping the Father, not just the Sabbath. So I think that's another false assertion I had back then too. That makes the new moon a special day of worship, when in actuality I'm pretty sure every day there were certain sacrifices that had to be made at the temple, and they had to go to the temple and worship Yahuwah. So that doesn't mean it's a Sabbath or anything. So anyway, let's see here. Blemish. It talks about the sacrifices that were supposed to be done on the new moon and on the Sabbath, the feasts, general assemblies, peace offerings. Okay. He shall prepare daily as a whole burnt offering to Yahuwah, a lamb of a year old without blemish. Okay. Offerings are being mentioned here. Okay, again, we have the Adonai being added here in verse 16. That's why it says master, then Yahuwah. The Septuagint has Yahuwah Elohim with the Kurios Theos there. Okay. And let's see here. My people be not scattered, everyone from his possession. I really like that. I like that. This is something to look forward to, guys. No more evictions.
Oh, Brother Doug, when I was reading this just spoke to me, and it just really hit me hard. I just love how he's protecting what he's giving us as his possession.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this just spoke volumes to me, like I've never read it before.
Yep. Yeah, hallelujah. Yeah, we actually will own land at that point, and this actually is proof to the correct interpretation about what can we keep in a land that's not our own. And I know a lot of people look at when it says in Scripture the land, they try to spiritualize and say, "Well, I'm on the land that Yahuwah has given me." In actuality, He has not given us the land of America. In reality, this is not our land. Even where you're living is not your own property. You pay taxes.
That's right. We don't really own anything.
So let's, in reality, we are where Daniel was back in 600 BC in his 70 years of captivity. We're in a captivity right now, in America. Some of our brothers, we have brothers and sisters that are in captivity in Britain, in India, in this place, that place. And the fact of the matter is we have not entered the land Yahuwah is going to give us, and he makes it very clear that he's given us one land. He did not give the whole world to us, and I think that's something we have to unlearn, that we've been taught in certain sects. I don't think all Christianity teaches this, but there's certain side sects and groups, denominations that teach what's it called, dominionism and all that, and they teach kingdom now theology, that we got to claim the kingdom now. We are bringing heaven to earth, and it's like a very new age type of outlook. So we got to unlearn that false interpretation that we're like, because I know a lot of well-meaning brothers and sisters that I've talked with, they'll say, well, I'm on the land, physical land right now that he's given me. Well, he dispersed you, yes, but he didn't give you ownership of the land you're living on. So I think we need to be very careful in context to understand where we are right now, and we are not. There are even commands of the Torah we cannot keep in captivity, and so a lot of the times in Scripture you're going to see it says when you enter into the land I'm going to give you, you do this. He doesn't say when you, in those commandments, nowhere in those commandments is he saying when you're in captivity you can still do these. He says when you enter into the land I'm going to give you, you do this. Like, I'm referring to breaking down the altars of the pagans, breaking down their graven images. Okay, you can't do that in a heathen land. Okay, think about it. Did David ever break a graven image when he was in Babylon? Did he ever do that? Do we ever see that in the book of Daniel? I mean, not David, in the book of Daniel. Daniel was in Babylon, in the belly of the beast. Okay, he did not break one idol when he lived there. Why? Because he knew the context. He knew the context about, okay, I'm in their land. I'm not in the land Yahuwah gave me.
Right.
I'm in their land. I'm their guest. I can't be going crazy trying to.
And he wouldn't disrespect the kings.
Destroy. Well, it's not about disrespect, Mom. It's more about he knows that he's not in the position
He's a foreigner. Right.
To do those commandments. Those commands were meant to be given to Yahuwah's people when they're in their own land. So I think it's important that we look at the context too of a lot of these commandments and a lot of these laws. And like I said before earlier today during the meeting, that doesn't mean we're sinning because we can't do these things. It means that we're actually sinning if we try to do stuff in our own way. We're actually sinning if we say, oh, well, I hate that Mary statue over there. I know it's supposed to be done when we're in the land, but I want to do it right now. That's our flesh talking to us. That I hate to say it, that's the flesh. That's Satan deceiving us and saying, no, you can do it right now. No, don't you know you're the new temple? You can sacrifice in your backyard. That's Satan whispering to us. And so I think it's very important to understand Yahuwah wants his commandments done his way, not our way. And I think that's the hardest thing because we're children just wanting to obey dad. But dad's like, listen, you do things my way. You don't do them your way. You do them my way. You do them when I want you to do them. And I think we got to start really looking at our walk with Yahuwah, with Yahusha. Like the way we would obey our parents is the way we should be obeying him. So, okay, so, if our parent, like I'll give you an example, if our parent says, I want that magnet on the fridge in the middle, we don't put it on the right. We don't put it on the left. Okay? We don't just obey them. We obey them how they want to be obeyed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's enough of my preaching there.
Yeah, let me know when that's happening, okay?
Oh, I've got me there. Oof.
Very good, Mom. Very good.
I'm sorry, I just had to tease it a little bit.
I love it. I love it. That was great.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Well, I think that's. Let me just see if there's anything else that really caught my eye here. I mean, we see a lot of things here. The lamb symbolism here. Yahusha's the lamb of Yahuwah. The prince has to offer these sacrifices, which I find interesting.
Yeah.
The prince, and I believe the prince is Yahusha in the millennium.
Mm-hmm.
At this point in time, the prince probably referred to like, the king, their king, whoever would have been their king at the time. But I believe it's prophetically foreshadowing to Yahusha being that prince that's served by the Levites. Because I don't think we got there yet in the book of Ezekiel, but later on, close to, I think, chapter 48, you'll start seeing it saying that the Levites will serve the prince. And I believe that's a foreshadow millennial picture of the Levites serving the King of Kings in the millennial. Okay. Let's just see here. I think that's about it. Yeah. Go ahead, Joshua.
I would agree with that because Yahusha is referred to as the Prince of Peace.
Oh, good point. Right. Good point. Yeah, the Prince of Peace, wonderful counselor, as we mentioned earlier. By the way, I'm sorry, audience, for not giving you the cross reference there, where I was cross referencing in Judges 13 that the angel of Yahuwah's name is wonderful. You can find wonderful counselor for the promised Messiah in Isaiah 9:6-7. So, why is my camera all messed up? Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go. Anyway, go ahead and continue, sis.
Okay. Ezekiel 47. And he turned me back to the door of the house, and look, water was flowing from under the threshold of the house toward the east. For the house faced east, and the water was flowing from under the right side of the house, from the south of the slaughter place. And he led me out by way of the north gate, and took me round on the outside to the outer gate facing east. And look, water trickling out on the right side. As the man went out to the east with the line in his hand, he measured 1,000 cubits, and he made me pass over into water to the ankles. And he measured 1,000 and made me pass over into water to the knees. And he measured 1,000 and made me pass over water to the loins. And he measured 1,000, a stream that I was unable to pass over. For the water had risen, water to swim, a stream that is not passed over. And he said to me, Son of man, have you seen this? And he led me and brought me back to the bank of the stream. When I returned, then look, along the bank of this stream were very many trees on one side and the other. And he said to me, these waters are flowing toward the eastern country and go down into the Arabah and enter the sea, being made to flow into the sea, and the waters shall be healed. And it shall be that every swarming creature, wherever the stream goes, shall live, and there shall be very many fish, for these waters shall go there, and they are healed. And wherever the stream flows, all shall live. And it shall be that fishermen stand along it, from En Gedi to En Eglayim, being places for spreading their nets. Their fish is to be of the same kind as the fish of the great sea, very many. Its swamps and marshes shall not be healed. They shall be given over to salt. And by the bank of the stream, on both sides, grow all kinds of trees used for food, whose leaves do not wither and fruit do not fail. They bear fruit every new moon, because their water flows from the set apart place, and their fruit shall be for food, and their leaves for healing. Thus said the Master Yahuwah, this is the border by which you inherit the land, according to the 12 tribes of Israel, 2 portions for Yosef. And you shall inherit it, each one the same as his brother, for I lifted my hand in an oath to give it to your fathers, and this land shall fall to you as your inheritance. And this is the border of the land on the north from the great sea, the way of Hethlon, as one goes to Tisdad, Hamath, Berothah, Sevrayim, which is between the border of Dem Mesik and the border of Hamath, Hatzar Hatikon, which is on the border of Havran. And the border shall be from the sea to the Hatzar Enon, the border of Dam Mesik, and on the north toward the north is the border of Hamath. This is the north side. And the east side is from between Hebron and Damascus and Gilad and the land of Israel, the Jardim. From the border to the eastern side of the sea, you are to measure. This is the east side. And the south side toward the south is from the Tamar to the waters of Beersheba by Kadesh, along the Wadai to the Great Sea. This is the south side toward the south. And the west side is the Great Sea, from the border to the point opposite Hamath. This is the west side. And you shall divide this land among yourselves according to the tribes of Israel. And it shall be that you divide it by lot as an inheritance for yourselves and for the strangers who sojourn in your midst and who bear children among you. And they shall be to you as native born among the children of Israel. With you they have an inheritance in the midst of the tribes of Israel. And it shall be that in whatever tribe the stranger sojourns, there you give him his inheritance, declares the Master Yahuwah.
So we see a lot of parallels from Ezekiel back to the Torah here. I think we can easily say the Torah is not done away with in the millennial. It's almost everything Ezekiel's saying is going back to Leviticus, going back to Exodus, the allotments, the even the heritages, the cities that the Levites are given for inheritance. This all goes back to Leviticus 25 and all that. So this obviously it was not nailed to the cross. The law was not nailed to the cross. So why would Ezekiel talk about a future allotment to the children of Israel that they're possessing the land of Israel? They're, the covenant promises are still here. I also thought it was interesting. There's a mention of this water. This water has special abilities that was coming through the temple here. Talks about that it would cause things to live, right? And that reminds me of something our Savior said in, I think, the book of John, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go to, let's see here, Fountain of Living Waters. Let's see, the Fountain. Okay. Hebrews actually talks about it even. Okay, so Hebrews 11, and I'm using eSword here. Okay, Hebrews 11. Let's go to the Restored Name King James. I think I'll go to here. All right. So this is Yahusha, the shepherd, that's in context being referred to here. It says, starting at verse 14 in Hebrews 11, for they that say such things declare plainly that they seek a country, and truly, if they had been mindful of that country from where they came out, they might have had opportunity to have entered. So this is talking about the Israelites that did not enter the land of Canaan, Paul's talking about. But now they desire a better country, that is a heavenly, which this is actually talking about heaven here. Heaven's going to come down. In reality, in the new heaven, new earth, heaven's coming down. We're not going up to heaven. Heaven's coming to us. This is talking about the new Jerusalem here. But now they desire a better country that is a heavenly, wherefore Yahuwah is not ashamed to be called their Elohim, for he has prepared for them a city. But wait a minute, Mom. Did the Father or the Son in Matthew say, I'm preparing a place for you? Who said that, the Father or the Son?
The Son said that.
But Paul's saying the Father prepared for them a place. So if they're not the same person, we got a problem here.
Right. More oneness. Yep.
We got a problem here. We got a huge problem. We got Paul and Matthew knocking heads here. Okay, so this is why I believe Yahusha is Yahuwah in the flesh. Okay, right here we see Yahuwah, not the Son, is preparing a place for them. But yet, in the Basor accounts, the good news accounts of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Yahusha, in all four accounts, it says Yahusha prepares for them a place. So just a little interesting oneness connection there. Okay, so anyway. But I found that pretty interesting. Yeah, Revelation is the tree of life. Thank you. Someone sent a message in the chat. So, okay, so what I'm trying to look for is fountain of living waters. Okay, Jeremiah 2:13. Okay, Jeremiah 2:13. That's the one I was looking for. Anyway, that's a good oneness verse though to use. I'm gonna have to add that to my repertoire there. Hebrews 11:16. So. All right, so Jeremiah 2:13. Okay. For my people have committed two faults, the evil ones. They have forsaken me. So Yahuwah is speaking through Jeremiah, the father here, mind you, speaking through Jeremiah is saying they have forsaken me, the fountain of the water of life, and hewn out for themselves broken cisterns which shall not be able to hold water. Now, if we go to the New Testament, John 7:37-38. So those that say that Yahusha never claimed to be Yahuwah, you might want to go to this verse. We just saw in Jeremiah 2:13, Yahuwah is saying he's the fountain of living waters, right?
Mhm.
Okay. John 7:37. On the last day, the great day of the festival, meaning the 8th day of Tabernacles, Yahusha stood and cried out, saying, if anyone thirsts, let him come to who? Me. Let him who believes in me drink. As scriptures also says, out of his innermost shall flow rivers of living water.
Mhm.
So I think it's pretty clear he's calling himself the Father here.
Mhm.
I think it's pretty clear.
Mhm.
So we see this in Revelations 22:1 and verse 17. Revelations, and this is the ISR, the Scriptures 1998 footnotes here. Okay, Isaiah 44:3, Jeremiah 2:13, which mentions the Father is the fountain of living waters. Okay, Jeremiah 17:13, Zechariah 14:8, Psalms 36:8 and 9, Proverbs 14 verse 27, John 4:10, John 6:63, 1 Corinthians 10:14. I mean, constantly there's multiple witnesses of this. So I just thought I would mention that. I find it interesting that there's this river coming from the temple, coming from Yahuwah's presence in this millennial temple that is giving life. So also the tree of life in Revelations 22. That's probably why they have that cited there too. Oh yeah, the Samaritan woman at the well. That's a good one in John chapter 4. Let's actually go there. Okay, so Yahusha again calls himself the fountain of living water here in John chapter 4. And it says, let's see if we can go here. All right. Here we go. Let's see here. Let me see here. Yeah, here we go. John 4:14. But whoever drinks of the water I give him shall certainly never thirst, and water that I give him shall become in him a fountain of water springing up to eternal life. The woman said to him, Master, give me this water so I do not thirst, nor come here to draw. Yahusha said to her, Go call your husband and come here. The woman answered and said, I have no husband. I always love this. Yahusha said to her,
Yeah.
You have said it well. I have no husband. For you have had 5 husbands, and the one whom you have is not your husband.
Oh.
What you said is true.
Oopsie!
The woman said to him, Master, I see that you are a prophet. Our fathers worshipped on this mountain, referring to the Samaritans. The Samaritans historically worshipped on Mount Gerizim.
Oh.
To get context on that, it's important to note that the Samaritan groups, they believed they didn't need to go to the temple in Jerusalem. They worshipped at Mount Gerizim, so that's why she's saying our ancestors worshipped on this mountain in John 4. And actually, there's a version of the Torah out there that's written by the Samaritans. It's called the Samaritan Pentateuch or Samaritan Torah. And the Samaritans basically are kind of like Judaism, but they don't believe in the Talmud. They don't believe in man-made traditions. So they're kind of similar to like a lot of our brothers and sisters that have given up the New Testament and went OT only. They're kind of like them. The Samaritans, though, were very famous for not wanting to go to the temple in Jerusalem, saying, oh, we can worship at Mount Gerizim. Even in the Samaritan Pentateuch, there's a weird verse out of nowhere that commands Israel to worship at Mount Gerizim. So, but it's interesting to note the Samaritan Pentateuch is very, it agrees with the Septuagint on a lot of the differences between that and the Masoretic text. So the Samaritans basically, historically, they've been an enigma. Some people believe it was some of the northern tribes snuck back in the land and they called themselves the Samaritans. because Samaria was part of the land of Israel, so they named themselves after Samaria. So that's what Josephus, the ancient Judean historian, believes. Other people believe they were Gentile Babylonians that snuck in and called themselves the Samaritans. So there's been like multiple theories. No one can really get a hold on who the Samaritans actually were ethnically. They really don't know for sure. Josephus seems to have, though, a decent. I would say he, from what the evidence that he shows in his own historical books, like Antiquities of the Jews and all that, he seems to have a lot of proof for the theory that they were Ephraim snuck back in. That type of idea that not all of Ephraim, not all the northern house of the Assyrian captivity, but some of them came back and became as the Samaritans. So anyway, but yeah, so we're gonna I think we're gonna move on here. We got one more chapter. Any questions right now? We'll probably just take off the record just so we can move on here, move along here. So, but anyway, so go ahead, Sister Josie. I think you got one chapter left.
Okay, let's see here. Ezekiel 48. And these are the names of the tribes from the north end along the way to Hethlon at the entrance of Hamath to Hatzar Enan, the border of Damascus, northward by the side of Hamath from its east to its west side, Dan 1. And by the border of Dan from the east to the west, Asher 1. And by the border of Asher from the east side to the west, Naphtali 1. And by the border of Naphtali from the east side to the west, Menashe 1. And by the border of Menashe from the east side to the west, Ephraim 1. And by the border of Ephraim from the east side to the west, Reuben 1. And by the border of Reuben from the east side to the west, Yehudah 1. And by the border of Yehudah from the east side to the west is the contribution which you offer up 25,000 cubits in width and in length, the same as one of the portions from the east side to the west, with the set apart place in its midst. The contribution that you offer up to Yahuwah is 25,000 cubits in length and 10,000 in width. And of these is the set apart contribution for the priest on the north 25,000 cubits, and on the west 10,000 in width, and on the east 10,000 in width, and on the south 25,000 in length. And the set apart place of Yahuwah shall be in its midst. For the priests of the sons of Tazok, how do you say that, Doug? Tazdok?
Zadok, yeah.
Zadok, okay, who are set apart, who did guard my charge, who did not go astray from the children of Israel, went astray, as the Levites went astray. So this contribution shall be to them from the contribution of the land a most set apart place by the border of the Levites. And alongside the border of the priests, the Levites have 25,000 cubits in length and 10,000 in width. Its entire length is 25,000 and its width 10,000. And they do not sell any of it, nor exchange it, nor transfer this best part of the land, for it is set apart to Yahuwah. And the 5,000 cubits in width that is left, facing the 25,000, is for the common use by the city, for dwellings and open land, and the city shall be in its midst. And these are its measurements: the north side 4,500 cubits, and the south side 4,500, and on the east side 4,500, and the west side 4,500. And the open land of the city shall be to the north 250 cubits, and to the south 250, and to the east 250, and to the west 250. And the rest of the length alongside the contribution of the set apart portion is 10,000 cubits to the east and 10,000 to the west. And it shall be alongside the contribution of the set apart portion, and its increase shall be food for the workers of the city. And the workers of the city from all the tribes of Israel shall till it. The entire contribution is 25,000 cubits by 25,000 cubits, 4 square. You are to offer up the set apart contribution with the possession of the city. And the rest is for the prince on one side and on the other of the set apart contribution and of the possession of the city, facing the 25,000 cubits of the set apart contribution as far as the eastern border, and westward facing the 25,000 as far as the western border, alongside the portions of the prince, and the set apart contribution and the set apart place of the house shall be in its midst. So the possession of the Levites and the possession of the city are in the midst of what belongs to the prince, between the border of Yehuda and the border of Benjamin. It belongs to the prince. As for the rest of the tribes from the east side to the west side, Benjamin 1, and by the border of Benjamin, from east side to the west side, Shimon 1, and by the border of Shimon, from the east side to the west side, Shakar 1, and by the border of Askar, from the east side to the west side, Zebulun 1, and by the border of Zebulun, from the east side to the west side, Gad 1, and by the border of Gad, on the south side toward the south, the border shall be from Tamar to the waters of Berabah, by Kadesh, along the Wadi to the great sea. This is the land by which you divide by lot as an inheritance among the tribes of Israel. And these are their portions, declares the Master Yahuwah. And these are the exits of the city, the gates of the city, according to the names of the tribes of Israel. On the north side, measuring 4,500 cubits, the 3 gates northward, 1 gate for Reuben, 1 gate for Yehuda, and 1 gate for Levi. And on the east side, 4,500 cubits, 3 gates, 1 gate for Yosef, 1 gate for Benjamin, and 1 gate for Dan. And on the south side, measuring 4,500 cubits, 3 gates, 1 for Shimon, 1 gate for Issachar, 1 gate for Zebulun. And on the west side, 4,500 cubits with 3 gates, 1 gate for Gad, 1 gate for Asher, 1 gate for Naphtali, all around 18,000 cubits, and the name of the city from that day is Yahuwah is there. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Oh, yeah.
So I see some parallels here, and I had a feeling there was going to be some footnotes by the scriptures 1998 here. Verse 30, we have an interesting parallel here to Revelations about the New Jerusalem here. So this seems to be talking about the New Jerusalem foreshadowing in Ezekiel here. In verse 30, it says, "These are the exits of the city, the gates of the city, according to the names of the tribes of Yasharal." So this is talking about the 12 gates and all that. On the north side, measuring 4,500 cubits. Okay. Footnote here they have is, you can also find this in the last chapter, 47, verses 22 to 23, and Revelations 21:12, which talks about the New Jerusalem as 12 gates of Israel. Now, I know this is going to be touching on some toes here, but if you actually pay attention here in Revelations, there is no gate of Christianity or Judaism or Islam. There are 12 gates to the New Jerusalem that are all tribes of Israel. No matter who you identify with, you are going to be of a tribe. If you believe in the Messiah, you are going to be one of those tribes. You are going to be part of one of those tribes by default. Okay, there is no gate for any denomination. There is no Pentecostal gate. There's no this gate. There's no that. There's 12 tribes of Israel, and that's it.
Right.
So by default, and from what I believe, usually people that retort back to me that I've had conversations with and say, well, how do you know what gate you're going to be? Well, most likely who is going to allow you to choose what tribe you want to be part of. Okay. Or by default, if you are ethnically a Gentile, if you look at Romans chapter 11, the wild olive branch goes into where? Ephraim. So most likely me and my mom, by default, we might not even get a chance in the matter. It's just that we're Roman by blood. So we're Gentile by blood. Okay, we will probably be part of the northern house. We will probably be part of Ephraim, or Yahuwah might put us in Manasseh, Ephraim. That's probably one of the tribes of Joseph. Most likely is where we're going to be grafted into. With now, also there's some believers out there though might not even know it that they have ethnic ties to the original Israelites, because the northern house never came back.
Right.
Ethnic Gadites never came back. Ethnic Naphtalites never came back. So in this movement, this Hebraic roots movement, you're going to have some people that don't act like an Israelite, don't really know they're Israelites, even ethnically or genetically, that will come to know Messiah. That will be original olive branches grafted back in, which Romans 11 also talks about. So the point I'm trying to make is what we've been taught in our evangelical background, or even Catholic background, any type of Christian background you might have had. We've been taught this idea of dispensational theology, which Scripture does not support. There's no verse in the Bible that supports the Christian church replaces Israel, that they're spiritual Israel. Nowhere in Scripture does it say that. And we're seeing even in future Revelations is end times here. You can't get any more future than Revelations. There's 12 gates of Israel. So Yahuwah did not utterly cast off his people. Paul vehemently talks about that. He actually says all of Yasharal, meaning all of those who Yahuwah has called to become part of his people, will be saved. So all that have been predestined by the Father to accept the Son automatically become part of his original people. So he doesn't have a new people. That's the reason I'm bringing this up.
Yeah.
Replacement theology has, in my mind, in my opinion, is a cancer.
Yeah.
Dispensationalism and replacement theology is a cancer. It causes believers not to understand their true identity.
That's right.
Okay. Believers in Messiah get this idea that Yahuwah has a lower standard for us versus the ethnic Israelites, which is not true.
No.
It's not true at all. He has one standard for one people. He has one single nation. But anyway, so I wanted to make a mention of that because it's important to understand that. Is that you're going to see a lot of times in end times where it keeps going back to Israel, 12 tribes of Israel. The apostles are judging the 12 tribes of Israel in the kingdom. That's Yahushua's promise, was that they were going to judge the 12 tribes of Israel in the kingdom. Okay, so I just wanted to make a mention of that, and now we're going to go to our next reader.
Okay.
Let's see here who we got here.
Daniel, right?
We got Daniel 9 to 12, which, Mom, I believe you're going to be reading.
Yep.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say this 9th chapter is got to be one of the most unbelievable examples of completely righteous prayer. And I've tried myself I read this chapter over and over again just to see the incredible prayer life that Daniel had as an example for us. Okay. In the first year of Darius, son of Xerxes, a Mede by descent, who was made ruler over the Babylonian kingdom in the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood from the scriptures, according to the word of Yahuwah given to Jeremiah the prophet, that the desolation of Jerusalem would last 70 years. So I turned to Yahuwah Almighty and pleaded with him in prayer and petition, in fasting and in sackcloth and ashes. I prayed to Yahuwah my Elohim and confessed, O Yahuwah, the great and awesome Elohim, who keeps his covenant of love with all who love him and obey his commands. We have sinned and done wrong. We have been wicked and have rebelled. We have turned away from your commands and laws. We have not listened to your servants, the prophets, who spoke in your name to our kings, our princes, and our fathers, and to all the people of the land. Yahuwah, you are righteous, but this day we are covered with shame. The men of Judah and people of Jerusalem and all Israel, both near and far, in all the countries where you have scattered us because of our unfaithfulness to you. O Yahuwah, we and our kings, our princes, and our fathers are covered with shame because we have sinned against you. Yahuwah, our Elohim, is merciful and forgiving, even though we have rebelled against him. We have not obeyed Yahuwah, our Elohim, or kept the laws he gave us through his servants, the prophets. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned away, refusing to obey you. Therefore, the curses and sworn judgments written in the law of Moses, the servant of Yahuwah, have been poured out on us. Because we have sinned against you, you have fulfilled the words spoken against us and against our rulers by bringing upon us great disaster. Under the whole heaven, nothing has ever been done like what has been done to Jerusalem. Just as it is written in the law of Moses, all this disaster has come upon us, yet we have not sought the favor of Yahuwah our Elohim by turning from our sins and giving attention to your truth. Yahuwah did not hesitate to bring the disaster upon us, for Yahuwah our Elohim is righteous in everything he does. Yet we have not obeyed him. Now, O Yahuwah our Elohim, who brought your people out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and who made for yourselves a name that endures to this day, we have sinned, we have done wrong. O Yahuwah, in keeping with all your righteous acts, turn away your anger and your wrath from Jerusalem, your city, your set apart hill. Our sins and the iniquities of our fathers have made Jerusalem and your people an object of scorn to all those around us. Now, O Yahuwah, hear the prayers and the petitions of your servant. For your sake, O Yahuwah, look with favor on your desolate sanctuary. Give ear, O Yahuwah, and hear. Open your eyes and see the desolation of the city that bears your name. We do not make requests of you because we are righteous, but because of your great mercy. O Yahuwah, listen. O Yahuwah, forgive. O Yahuwah, hear and act for your sake. O Yahuwah, do not delay, because your city and your people bear your name. While I was speaking and praying, confessing my sin and the sin of my people Israel, and making my requests to Yahuwah my Elohim for his set apart hill. While I was still in prayer, Gabriel, the man I had seen in the earlier vision, came to me in swift flight about the time of the evening sacrifice. He instructed me and said to me, Daniel, I have now come to give you insight and understanding. As soon as you began to pray, an answer was given, which I have come to tell you, for you are highly esteemed. Therefore, consider the message and understand the vision. 77s are decreed for your people and your set apart city to finish transgression, to put an end to sin, to atone for wickedness, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most set apart. Know and understand this. From the issuing of the decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the anointed one, the ruler, comes, there will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. It will be rebuilt with streets and a trench, but in times of trouble. After the 62 sevens, the anointed one will be cut off and will have nothing. And I would just like to make a comment. Remember that when our Savior was on that tree, he had nothing. He probably only had enough to cover what needed to be covered, and that's it. So I believe that that's what's meant by this little comment here. He will have nothing. The people,
I think it was to bring shame too to him. Dishonor. They tried to dishonor him in every which way they could.
right.
Isaiah 53, yeah.
Mhm.
He would not be anything to look upon. He bore our sorrows. He took our transgressions. The Septuagint actually words it in a way that he actually physically took our illnesses genetically. So, yeah.
Okay. The people of the ruler who will come will destroy the city and the sanctuary. The end will come like a flood. War will continue until the end, and desolations have been decreed. He will confirm a covenant with many for 1 7. But in the middle of that 7, he will put an end to sacrifice and offering, and one who causes desolation will place abominations on a wing of the temple, until the end that is decreed is poured out on him. Okay, so that's the end of 9. You want to discuss that before we move on?
Whew, man.
There's a lot to talk about in there. One other thing I'd like to mention is, remember, when Daniel is praying this incredible prayer, he's basically praying for the sins mostly of his ancestors.
Yeah.
All of this happened because he's, he came over there about 17 years old.
And what type of tense, Mom, is he using past or future tense about these curses have came upon us? Past tense.
Have sinned, right.
Or
it
talks about these curses have.
We have not sought the
have come upon us.
Right. But
So I have a question.
Yep, go ahead, sis.
Okay, so a lot of people are saying, okay, we're living in the last days. This is the end times. But in that scripture that she read, it said that sacrifices will end. Now, I don't think that when it says sacrifices will end, is that pertaining to
not end time.
Wait. Let me ask the question. Is that pertaining to when it says, okay, in the end, sacrifices will end? So I'm confused about that, because that doesn't apply to today, because there's no sacrifices taking place, right? So
I would say that was not everything in Daniel is an end times prophecy. Not everything in prophecy in general is all for the end times. Some things have already taken place. I believe, sis, the making end of sacrifice has I don't think it's saying permanently the sacrifices are ended, because then Daniel will contradict Ezekiel, what we just read in Ezekiel earlier. I think the context is the Messiah makes end of sacrifices for a time, because we see in the Melchizedek priesthood there is no sacrifices. In the Melchizedek priesthood at this moment there is no sacrifice. So I believe in 70 AD, when that temple was destroyed by the Romans, the transition of priesthood happened, which made an end of sacrifice. In essence, that there is no there's no sacrificial system in a Melchizedek priesthood, because it's a heavenly priesthood. I think where people get confused is the difference in that verse that you mentioned and verse 27. Verse 27 is talking about the beast taking away a revived sacrificial system.
Mm-hmm.
And
Uh-huh.
and so I think a lot of times in Christianity with prophecy, they assume that verse 26 and 27 are talking about the same prophecy, and it's not. Verse
But
27 is talking about an end times prophecy. Verse 26 already happened. Verse
okay, so
20.
in Revelation it talks about they're gonna start to do the sacrifices again, right? When they
Well,
build it.
the Second Thessalonians says that they will that the beast will be in the temple of Yahuwah, sitting on the throne of Yahuwah, claiming to be Yahuwah. And Daniel 9:27 says he causes the abomination of desolation. He's going to make a covenant. It says he makes a weekly covenant in prophecy is 7 years. And it says,
Aren't they resuming the sacrifices when this is taking place?
well, yeah, they're bringing back a so-called Levitical priesthood. Like the state of Israel will most likely bring back the Levitical system in the land to accompany the arrival of the beast in the temple. He will bring back a so-called Levitical priesthood, which I believe it's a counterfeit.
Sure.
It will be a counterfeit Levitical priesthood, and he will bring it back only to take it away 3 years
Right.
later.
Right. So as that will end, sacrifices will end. That's not talking about that time period. That's talking about
Nah. Yeah, see, sis, that's the problem, is that like we got to understand with Daniel's dealing with multiple time periods in the book of Daniel. It's
Yeah.
not just dealing with end times. So sometimes we have like that preconceived bias, because the Christian church was taught that Yahusha did away with the Levitical priesthood. So they have these glasses on of a preconceived bias in verse 26. And so they want to believe that Yahusha is the one being talked about, that he's the prince being talked about in verse 26 and 27. But in actuality, verse 26 already happened, and verse 27 doesn't happen until the end times. And the Septuagint makes it very clear. My mom's version, she was reading from the NIVs using the Masoretic text. It's kind of generalized. In the Septuagint makes it very clear verse 27 is an end times thing, and it's different from verse 26. It says, and 1 week shall establish the covenant with many. In the midst of the week, my sacrifice and drink offering shall be taken away. And on the temple shall be the abomination of desolation. So that can't be referring to Yahusha. It's the taking away of the sacrifices in that time period in verse 27 is caused by the person that sets up the abomination of desolation. So it can't be Yahusha. Verse 26, a lot of verse 26 we know for a fact happened already. The 62 weeks, the anointed one, meaning the Mashiach, the Christos, Messiah, shall be destroyed. So this is talking about Yahusha being impaled at the stake.
Yeah.
That already happened. There is no judgment in him, and he shall, remember he said, his first time he came, he did not come to judge yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He shall destroy the city and the set apart place with the prince that is coming. So there's even another prince coming. It's talking about two different princes. It's talking about two different anointed ones. There's another prince coming after Yahusha's first coming.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, and they shall be cut off with a flood. Now, again, prophecy, flood can also mean people. Okay, so I think it's important to understand that the angel reveals to John in Revelations, if we go to Revelations, that waters are multitudes of people.
Right,
So I think it's important to understand, use prophetic language here to fully understand this. Okay, and at the end of the war, which is rapidly completed, he shall appoint the city to desolations. I believe that was 70 AD. The city to desolations, a partial fulfillment of the destruction of Jerusalem that's mentioned in Matthew 24, to cross with Daniel 9:26 here, is referring to 70 AD when the Romans came in and ransacked Jerusalem and actually caused all the tribe of Judah to be dispersed again. And they never came back. In my opinion, they never came back. The majority of them never came back. Those people that are in the land today are not the tribe of Judah. I believe the majority of them never came back to the physical land of Israel since then. And that still has to be fulfilled. Can a nation be born in one day and all that in Isaiah? That has not been fulfilled yet. The people that are in Jerusalem, even you can look this up for yourselves if you don't want to believe me. Harvard studies have proved this, that the majority of them, the majority of the population in that land right now, don't have any lineage from King David or Yahusha. They have zero, like the majority of them. It's like 80-90% of the inhabitants of that land right now are Goyim born. Okay, so, but the destruction, when it talks about the appoint the city to desolations, it's actually talking about 70 AD. So that's why I say verse 26, I don't take to mean end times prophecy. This already happened. This is a prophecy that was that happened after Yahusha's death and ascension, and it happened in the 1st century AD. A lot of that, most of that verse was fulfilled in 70 AD. And even before that, with Yahusha being destroyed, impaled, all that. So that happened in 33 AD. Okay. So verse 27 to me is all end times. And the reason I believe that, just to go to a cross reference for Daniel 9:27, I believe Paul would agree with me on this. If we go to one of Paul's letters here, we go to 2 Thessalonians, okay, which actually talks about, or actually, no, let's go to Matthew 24, which clearly talks about the abomination of desolation is yet to happen in the end times. Okay, it says here, for then there shall be great tribulation, such has not been since the beginning of the world until this time, nor never ever shall be. And if those days were not sure, if anyone says to you, look, here is the Messiah, or there, do not believe, for false messiahs and false prophets shall arise. They shall show great signs and wonders, as to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones, or the elect, the predestined ones. Okay? See, I have forewarned you. Now, where? Oh, I know where it is. It's in verse 16, isn't it? Yeah. Let me see here where it talks about, the abomination waste. Okay. So it says, so when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet set up in the set apart place, in the temple, he who reads, let him understand. So the abomination of desolation, just to explain to people what that is, why I believe it's an end time, it has to be fully fulfilled in the end times. Yes, there's been partial fulfillments with Antiochus in the book of Maccabees and all that. I get that. But there has to be an end times fulfillment, because Revelation says there's still to be an image of the beast. There's still to be a beast that is going to receive worship in a temple, sitting on a throne. There's going to be an image of himself. Basically, Maccabees was foreshadowing a full fulfillment. They were actually foreshadowing what's going to happen in the end times. When Antiochus Epiphanes set up the statue of Zeus, Jupiter, in Yahuwah's temple, sacrificed a pig on the altar to that image of Zeus, that was a foreshadowing to the full fulfillment in Revelations.
Right.
So,
Right. So I have a quick question, and I'll, when you say set apart place in the book of Revelations, that's not the temple that the Jews that are in Israel are going to be putting up, right? Because that's not a set apart, that's not a holy place. That's an unholy place. But when it talks about the set apart place, you're not referring to the temple that they're building in Israel, right?
Yes, sis, but you got to understand, prophecy can't be broken. Yahuwah uses them for a purpose. He's using them, and Yahuwah's honored he's actually honored temples put up by non-believers.
Yeah, Herod.
In Herod's temple, Yahusha said, "My father's house," referring to Herod's temple. So let's remember that Yahuwah can use anyone to fulfill prophecy.
Yeah.
He can use the Zionists to fulfill prophecy. And yes, I do believe that temple they're building right now will be the beast's temple. It will be the temple that the beast sits on a throne in and claims to be the Almighty. You can read this Daniel 11:6. There's multiple places in prophecy that talk about this, that talk about he's going to magnify himself above everything that's called deity, that's worshipped. And even Paul talks about in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 that he's going to receive worship there. He's going to be in the temple.
So that temple is going to be actually set apart. It's going to be holy.
Well, sis, you got to understand, regardless, like whether we like it or not, Yahuwah is going to honor that as a temple. He's going to honor that as for the sake of fulfilling end times prophecy. It does. Regardless, the point of the matter is it doesn't have to be a temple that's honoring him. It's a dwelling place that prophecy is going to be fulfilled in. I think sometimes we focus too much on the terminology of the set apart place. The point of the matter is there's going to be a physical temple, prophecy multiple times. There's multiple witnesses that says this is going to happen. It has to happen. There has to be a physical building that the beast walks into, sits on a throne, receives worship. People are deceived into believing he's the Messiah. People are going to even sacrifice to him, according to even extra biblical witnesses from other books.
But Doug, we're discouraged. We're discouraged as followers of Yahuwah to be part of the building of that temple. So that's why that's why I asked, because we're basically told not to help with the building of that temple because it's not. It's right, but then it says that it's a set apart place. So that's why I asked, because it's just confusing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, and I mean, to be honest, in the Greek though, it just means temple. In the Greek, it's a dwelling place. It just means temple. The ISR is kind of like basically paraphrasing that Greek word as the set apart place. The fact is, if you look at like older Bibles, it just says the temple. There's going to be a physical temple there that they're going to be giving sacrifices to. Many of the Jewish people there are going to think it's the temple of the Creator. They're going to be deceived into that. Many people are going to be deceived into that the true Creator took human form and is being given worship. And we're the ones that serve Yahushua actually understand the reality of it, that it's really the beast temple there. But don't get tripped up by the phrasing, the set apart place, because really the ISR is kind of like, they're taking a little bit of liberties there, because the Greek word for set apart place there is just temple. It just means a temple, a physical dwelling place. It actually, if you look in the Greek there, it's the same Greek word being used when it says we are a temple, set apart spirit. It's the same Greek word. It's really just referring to a dwelling place. Okay, so a lot of people get confused and think that's the Father's temple. No, it's not going to be the Father's temple. It's a temple being used for a prophetic purpose. That's why Yahuwah is allowing them to build it. When Yahuwah speaks something, it cannot be broken.
It has to happen. That's right.
It cannot not happen. And sometimes we forget that it has to happen. Whether we like it or not, it has to happen. Okay, it has to happen. It has to be fulfilled. Just like Yahushua said in John 17, verse 12, that Judas had to go astray that the prophecy might be fulfilled. So there's many predestinations in prophecy that just have to happen. The Jews will actually honor that temple as the Creator's temple. They'll literally think it's the Creator's temple. Yeah. That's the strong delusion. That's part of the strong delusion is that they will think it's quote unquote Hashem's temple. They will actually think that, and they're in their own human hearts, they think they mean well by building this temple. They don't even realize the majority of the citizens there, I should say, not the higher ups. The higher ups know who the temple is being made for. Like the higher ups of the Sanhedrin would know that. but the citizens that are giving to the building fund, and you see, yeah, there's a funny meme I shared years ago of Jeff Foxworthy. If you think giving to the temple fund to build the third temple is a good idea, you're probably not reading your Bible. So a lot of Christians have been deceived, believe it or not, into giving into that temple fund. And the reason they have enough money to be building the temple already, and why prophecy hasn't been, derailed a little bit, the reason why prophecy is moving a lot quicker is because Christianity has been deceived into this pro-Zionist movement of helping the state of Israel and all that. So they've actually give to that third temple fund. So by now, like, it's not going to be too long in the near couple years, or however long, the next half a decade, you're probably going to have that temple already built, because they were giving to the temple fund for so many years, and they started building, I think, in like 2012, 2013. So they actually started building like 8 or 9 years ago. So they really don't, this prophecy is going to happen very soon. But just to show that there's multiple witnesses for this, that it's the beast temple, not Yahuwah's temple, let's go to Daniel 11:36, which, by the way, Paul in 2 Thessalonians is actually quoting from this, just by the way. Okay, see, Hebrew Bible's notes, 2 Thessalonians 2:3-4. And he shall do according to his will, and the king shall exalt and magnify himself against every deity. And he shall speak great swelling words, and shall prosper until the indignation be accomplished, for it is coming to an end. He shall not regard any mighty ones of his fathers, nor the desire of women, neither shall he regard any deity, for he shall magnify himself above all. He shall honor the mighty one of forces on his place, and a mighty one whom his fathers knew not. He shall honor with gold and silver and precious stones and desirable things. It's interesting to note, if we go to the book of Ezekiel, chapter 28, who has gold in him? Who filled his treasuries with gold? Satan. So I find it interesting, this king is honoring a deity of force, or you could say a deity of war, forces, army. Okay, so many cultures have different ideas of the god of war. Greeks worship Ares, Romans worshipped him as Mars, and it seems like Satan is always behind this idea of inventing war, and the weapons of war were given to mankind by the fallen angels. Okay, so I just find that interesting, that he's worshiping a deity of forces. So I find that kind of interesting. So so in context, this is referring to the end times beast and the dragon. In Revelation 17, it talks about the dragon gives his power to the beast. And the reason a lot of people are going to be deceived is because the beast is going to, he's going to have the false prophet do miracles. The false prophet is going to cause fire to fall from heaven like Elijah did. Okay, there's going to be some crazy miracles. And like I said, to reiterate again, you can find this not just in the canon, what we know to be scripture. There's extra biblical books like the Ascension of Isaiah that expound upon this concept of what the abomination of desolation is. And it's definitely an end times thing. Even in that extra biblical book makes it very obvious that it's an end times antichrist that is causing Daniel 11:36 and 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. And he even talks about some of them that would be considered the elect would be turned away to this guy, because he's gonna cause the sun to rise at night. He's gonna do false line signs and wonders like Revelations mentions. So yeah, it's going to be a scary time for people that don't know the Bible, that don't know scripture, and just been told, oh, you can't understand prophecy. Don't read the book of Revelations because it can't be understood. You know, that it's going to be a scary time for people like that. And in my opinion, the Muslims and Islam and Judaism are the two main targets
Mm-hmm.
that are going to be easily deceived
Yep.
into this deception, because Islam believes the Messiah never came, Judaism believes the Messiah never came, and you know, they believe that, like, basically this end times Messiah that's going to come, you know, you know, that they're waiting on, which we know to be the beast, the Antichrist, they're going to accept him as their Messiah from those two religions. Those two religions are already primed to accept the beast. They actually have already been conditioned. And unfortunately, Christianity has kind of gotten into the whole, you know, pro state of Israel, not understanding, you know, that even in prophecy that Israel right now, Jerusalem of right now, will eventually be called spiritual Sodom and Gomorrah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so not realizing that basically that's going to be the beast's headquarters in the end times.
Yep.
That land over there right now, that's going to be the beast and the dragon's headquarters, Satan and the anti-Messiah's headquarters. So I just wanted to explain that and expound upon that, and what Daniel 9:27 in context is referring to. Okay, so anyway, oh, also, by the way, I know there's some people that have learned through tradition that the tribulation is 7 years. It's not 7 years. The treaty or the covenant is a 7-year covenant. Halfway through that covenant, or halfway through the week, like Daniel 9:27 says, he shall set up the abomination of desolation. So actually, the tribulation is only a 3.5-year time period. So just wanted to explain that. Okay.
Okay. Chapter 10.
Thank you, brother.
Yep. You're welcome, sis.
In the 3rd year of Cyrus, given to Daniel, who was called Belteshazzar. Its message was true, and it concerned a great war. The understanding of the message came to him in a vision. At that time, I, Daniel, mourned for 3 weeks, and I ate no choice food, no meat or wine touched my lips, and I used no lotions at all until the 3 weeks were over. On the 24th day of the first month, as I was standing on the bank of the great river, the Tigris, I looked up, and there before me was a man dressed in linen with a belt of the finest gold around his waist. His body was like chrysolite, his face like lightning, his eyes like flaming torches, his arms and legs like the gleam of burnished bronze, and his voice like the sound of a multitude. I, Daniel, was the only one who saw the vision. The men with me did not see it, but such terror overwhelmed them that they fled and hid themselves. So I was left alone, gazing at this great vision. I had no strength left. My face turned deathly pale, and I was helpless. Then I heard him speaking, and as I listened to him, I fell into a deep sleep, my face to the ground. A hand touched me and set me trembling on my hands and knees. He said, Daniel, you who are highly esteemed, consider carefully the words I am about to speak to you, and stand up, for I have now been sent to you. And when he said this to me, I stood up trembling. Then he continued, do not be afraid, Daniel. Since the first day that you set your mind to gain understanding and to humble yourself before Yahuwah, your words were heard, and I have come in response to them. But the prince of Persia, of the Persian kingdom, resisted me 21 days. Then Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, because I was detained there with the king of Persia. Now I have come to explain to you what will happen to your people in the future. For the vision concerns a time yet to come. While he was saying this to me, I bowed with my face toward the ground and was speechless. Then one who looked like a man touched my lips, and I opened my mouth, and began to speak. I said to the one standing before me, I am overcome with anguish because of the vision, my master, and I am helpless. How can I, your servant, talk with you? My master, my strength is gone, and I can hardly breathe. Again, the one who looked like a man touched me and gave me strength. Do not be afraid, O man highly esteemed. He said, peace. Be strong now. Be strong. When he spoke to me, I was strengthened and said, speak, my master, since you have given me strength. So he said, do you know why I have come to you? Soon I will return to fight against the prince of Persia. And when I go, the prince of Greece will come. But first I will tell you what is written in the book of truth. No one supports me against them except Michael, your prince. Okay, and that's the end of 10.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, we can conclude at the end of the chapter, this person talking to Daniel can't be Yahusha. The fact that he needs Michael to be with him,
right,
and to help him fight the Prince of Persia, yeah, no, I don't think so. That's obviously Gabriel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so also, if you're getting tripped up by the word prince, in Scripture there are principalities. It's not talking about a human prince. See, this is where we need to rightly divide the context when prince is being used, because the same Hebrew and Greek word prince was used for Ezekiel, which is referring to Yahusha, which obviously he would, be, there's a possibility in the millennial he might take his human form again. I don't know, but obviously Ezekiel in context is talking about a human prince, versus Daniel is talking about a angel type of prince. It's talking about fallen angels versus good angels. Ephesians 6:12, you can cross-reference with that. We don't fight a physical battle. It's spiritual. It's a spiritual war, right? Principalities. So this is talking about a principality of Persia overwhelming Gabriel, and Gabriel needs the archangel Michael to help him out. In context. So, by the way, this idea that there's principalities over nations, and that even Yahuwah gave providence for certain angels to rule over other nations, you can actually find in the Torah here. In the Septuagint, Deuteronomy 32:8, after the Tower of Babel, mind you, is the context. It says, okay, according to the nations, for the nations that rejected Yahuwah, this is what happened. He says, when the Most High divided the nations, when he separated the sons of Adam, the sons of Adam, he set the boundaries of the nations according to the number of the angels of Elohim. And even in Judean history, there's this tradition of that from the Tower of Babel came 70 countries, 70 ethnicities, 70 languages, which I think the historical Midrash of Jasher refers to, that Joseph had to learn 70 languages to serve Pharaoh. So I find it interesting that there's extra biblical books that even talk about the 70 languages and 70 nations and all that. But anyway, if you look at the Targum of Jonathan, it expounds in this exact verse, and it says that he gave 70 angels to the 70 nations that came from the Tower of Babel. So we see what Daniel 10 is referring to with the Prince of Persia makes a lot of sense. When we look at the whole context of Scripture, it makes a lot of sense. So it's talking about a principality that Michael's helping Gabriel fight. So anyway, what's interesting to note is Israel seems to not get a principality until you get to the time of Daniel. And then we haven't read it yet, but in Daniel 12, or even in this chapter, it says, Michael, your principality, your prince. But if you look through the whole Testament up to Daniel, they never had a principality. And even here in Deuteronomy 32:9, it says his people Jacob became the portion of Yahuwah. So he didn't give an angel to Israel. He owns Israel. Israel's his. Yasharal was the line of his inheritance, Deuteronomy 32:9. So I found that interesting. So we could, I guess we could move on.
Okay, chapter 11. And in the first year of Darius the Mede, I took my stand to support and protect him. Now then, I tell you the truth. 3 more kings will appear in Persia, and then a 4th, who will be far richer than all the others. When he has gained power by his wealth, he will stir up everyone against the kingdom of Greece. Then a mighty king will appear, who will rule with great power and do as he pleases. After he has appeared, his empire will be broken up and parceled out toward the 4 winds of heaven. It will not go to his descendants, nor will it have the power he exercised, because his empire will be uprooted and given to others. The king of the south will become strong, but one of his commanders will become even stronger than he, and will rule his own kingdom with great power. After some years, they will become allies. The daughter of the king of the south will go to the king of the north to make an alliance, but she will not retain her power. After he and his power will not last, in those days she will be handed over together with her royal escort and her father, and the one who supported her. And from her family line will arise to take her place. He will attack the forces of the king of the north and enter his fortress. He will fight against them and be victorious. He will also seize their gods, their metal images, and their valuable articles of silver and gold, and carry them off to Egypt. For some years he will leave the king of the north alone. Then the king of the south, but will retreat to his own country. His sons will prepare for war and assemble a great army, which will sweep on like an irresistible flood and carry the battle as far as his fortress. Then the king of the south will march out in a rage and fight against the king of the north, who will raise a large army, but it will be defeated. When the army is carried off, the king of the south will be filled with pride and will slaughter many thousands, yet he will not remain triumphant. For the king of the north will muster another army, larger than the first, and after several years he will advance with a huge army fully equipped. In those times, many will rise against the king of the south. The violent men among your own people will rebel in fulfillment of the vision, but without success. Then the king of the north will come and build up siege ramps and will capture a fortified city. The forces of the south will be powerless to resist. Even their best troops will not have the strength to stand. The invader will do as he pleases. No one will be able to stand against him. He will establish himself in the beautiful land and will have the power to destroy it. He will determine to come with the might of his entire kingdom and will make an alliance with the king of the south. And he will give him a daughter in marriage in order to overthrow the kingdom, but his plans will not succeed or help him. Then he will turn his attention to the coastlands and will take many of them, but a commander will put an end to his insolence and will turn his insolence back upon him. After this, he will turn back toward the fortresses of his own country, but will stumble and fall to be seen no more. His successor will send out a tax collector to the royal splendor in a few years. However, he will be destroyed, yet not in anger or in battle. He will be succeeded by a contemptible person who has not been given the honor of royalty. He will invade the kingdom when its people feel secure, and he will seize it through intrigue. Then an overwhelming army will be swept away before him. Both it and a prince of the covenant will be destroyed. After coming to an agreement with him, he will act deceitfully, and with only a few people he will rise to power. When the richest provinces feel secure, he will invade them and will achieve what neither his fathers nor his forefathers did. He will distribute plunder, loot, and wealth among his followers. He will plot the overthrow of fortresses, but only for a time. With a large army, he will stir up his strength and courage against the king of the south. The king of the south will wage war with a large and very powerful army, but he will not be able to stand because of the plots devised against him. Those who eat from the king's provisions will try to destroy him. His army will be swept away, and many will fall in battle. The two kings, with their hearts bent on evil, will sit at the same table and lie to each other, but to no avail, because an end will still come at the appointed time. The king of the north will return to his own country and great wealth, but his heart will be set against the holy covenant. He will take action against it and then return to his own country. At the appointed time, he will invade the south again, but this time the outcome will be different from what it was before. Ships of the western coastlands will oppose him, and he will lose heart. Then he will turn back and vent his fury against the holy covenant. He will return and show favor to those who forsake the holy covenant. His armed forces will rise up to desecrate the temple fortress and will abolish the daily sacrifice. Then they will set up the abomination that causes desolation. With flattery, he will corrupt those who have violated the covenant, but the people who know their Elohim will firmly resist him. Those who are wise will instruct many, though for a time they will fall by the sword, or be burned, or captured, or plundered. When they fall, they will receive a little help, and many who are not sincere will join them. Some of the wise will stumble, so that they may be refined, purified, and made spotless until the time of the end. For it will still come at the appointed time. The king will do as he pleases. He will exalt and magnify himself above every Almighty, and will say unheard of things against the King of Kings. He will be successful until the time of wrath is completed, for what has been determined must take place. He will show no regard for the almighties of his fathers, or for the one desired by women, nor will he regard any Elohim, but will exalt himself above them all. Instead of them, he will honor an Elohim of fortresses, an Elohim unknown to his fathers. He will honor with gold and silver, with precious stones and costly gifts. He will attack the mightiest fortresses with the help of a foreign Elohim, and will greatly honor those who acknowledge him. He will make them rulers over many people, and will distribute the land at a price. At the time of the end, the king of the south will engage him in battle, and the king of the north will storm out against him with chariots and cavalry and a great fleet of ships. He will invade many countries and sweep through them like a flood. He will also invade the beautiful land. Many countries will fall, but Edom, Moab, and the leaders of Ammon will be delivered from his hand. He will extend his power over many countries. Egypt will not escape. He will gain control of the treasures of gold and silver and all the riches of Egypt, with the Libyans and Nubians in submission. But reports from the east and the north will alarm him, and he will set out in a great rage to destroy and annihilate many. He will pitch his royal tents between the seas at the beautiful set apart mountain, yet he will come to his end, and no one will help him.
So basically, once you get to, I would say, verse 30 all the way down, it's all end times.
Yeah.
Verse 29, even where it says, he shall return, this king shall return. So that's even hinting to a resurrection, which, by the way, the Hebraic Roots Bible translator, I have his notes on my eSword here. It says, here to the end of the chapter, meaning verse 29 all the way down, is primarily speaking of what the anti-Messiah will be doing in the last days. So, and I would agree with him. You could cross Daniel 11:29 with Revelations 9. Let's go to Revelations 9 here, where the beast comes back to life via ascending from the bottomless pit. Okay, here we go. We have right here. It says, let's see, 9/11. I find it interesting what happened on September 11, 2001, and the fact that it's Revelations 9/11 that this is happening. They have over them a king, the angel of the pit of the deep, the bottomless pit, whose name in Hebrew is Abaddon, which means destroyer, by the way. In English, that would mean destroyer. But in the Greek, he has the name Apollyon, which actually is a derivative of Apollo. Okay? This is why I believe, if you've ever watched any of our end time studies and watched the study Who is the Anti-Messiah that I did a while ago, this is why I believe Nimrod is the end times beast. I believe he was the one that was, is, and is not, as Revelations talks about. Okay, he is the one that originally was the beast, but is not the true Messiah. He is the same beast of old that will come back to life. And
Is he one of the kings that they're talking about? The king of the north and the south?
I believe the king of the north, or whatever Greek king that is talking about seeds are going to come out of him and all that. I believe Antiochus is actually that king that they're talking about.
Okay.
It jumps. It's kind of a mixture of prophecy that gets partially fulfilled in the Maccabean books, in the book of Maccabees, around Antiochus Epiphanes and the Maccabees, and even Alexander the Great before him was that horn, the little horn that beat the ram. The he-goat that beat the ram is Alexander the Great. So from his seed came this other horn, Antiochus Epiphanes.
Yeah.
And if you read Daniel 7 gives a very good context on what we just read in Daniel, the earlier part of Daniel 11. I agree with the Hebraic Roots Bible translator. Once you get to verse 29, it switches to end times, and it goes to this beast of old that in a way resurrected, because it says he shall return. In Revelations it talks about the beast, the end times beast, was wounded to death with a head wound, and he came back to life. I believe if you look at Hebrew culture, the reckoning of a head wound is an eye gouging can actually be a head wound in Hebraic culture. So we see the legend of Osiris, Tammuz, and all that. He's missing an eye. Horus, he misses an eye. The eye of Horus is on the $1 bill.
Right. So are you saying that because you think that in reality Nimrod's body was frozen and they're supposed to be reviving him? Is that why you think that he's the one that's coming back?
Well, they supposedly, according to Christian researchers like Tom Horn, Steve Quayle, and all them, his body was found preserved under the Great Pyramid of Egypt, inside a tomb surrounded by water. And they found it back, I think, what was it, 2010 or something. They found the body. It was even in the mainstream news. It said the body of Gilgamesh has been retrieved. And so and according to researchers like Steve Quayle and them, his body was extremely preserved well, to the point where like it would not be that hard with the technology we have now to revive someone to life, how well his body was preserved. All you need is a spirit in it, you know. I believe what ascends out of the bottomless pit is not his body, but his spirit.
Right.
And it would make sense to me because in Genesis 10 it says he began to be a Gibborim. He began to be a giant. So when the bottomless pit opens up, you got all these Gibborim coming up. You got all these Gibborim coming up, some in their bodies, some without their bodies. and it would make some sense that somehow with CERN and all the research that people are researching into what CERN is really for, it seems like CERN is being used, to fulfill prophecy. Who is allowing CERN to do what they're doing to fulfill prophecy for that pit to open up. And when that pit opens up, there's going to be some very wicked hybridized creatures coming out of there. And if Nimrod's spirit seems like it's going to come up out of there, ascend out of there into his body, possibly.
That's a portal we're talking about, right? Because of CERN.
Yeah.
We're talking about the portals.
Yeah, the portals. Yeah, I believe the bottomless pit, there's some type of portal that possibly could be connected via technology to the bottomless pit. I mean, there's other ancient cultures that talk about portals and how the Nordic races, which I believe to be the fallen angels, came through. The Watchers came through, and they always portray these Watchers as like blonde hair, blue eyes in the Native American traditions and all that. Joseph Riverwind, I've seen videos of him talking about it. About the traditions that are passed down from his ancestors, about what these star men, quote unquote, they came and taught the Native Americans certain weird occultic rituals and all that. So I believe portals are real. You see it in almost like every culture. In every culture, they have an idea of dimensional spiritual portals that connect the heavenly realm to the earthly realm. And
Hollywood.
yeah, even in what is the scripture I'm thinking of? Jacob's ladder is a portal.
Mm-hmm.
If you really look at it in context, it's the spiritual dimension of heaven opening up and an angel going down a ladder to earth. So that's even a portal. I believe that was the true purpose of the Tower of Babel. I actually believe the Tower of Babel was a ziggurat. And certain Catholic Bibles, even, they'll put in their footnotes that historically there's archaeological evidence to show that it would have been like a ziggurat type of thing. It had nothing to do with physical height. It had to do with that Nimrod and them were trying to get into the spiritual dimension. They were trying to create a Stargate. And, there's movies like Stargate that, put truth in plain sight. And really, if you ever seen the movie Stargate, it says, before they get the word Stargate from the Egyptian inscription on it. Have you ever seen when did that movie come out, Mom? 1996 or something?
I never saw it. I have no idea.
Kurt Russell was in it. Okay, so it basically it was like ancient alien theorists before you had ancient aliens. It was like way back mid-90s. And so basically, but the beginning scene, they talk about these inscriptions, and it spells out gateway to heaven. And then they call it the Stargate. So the gateway to the stars is, if you understand true biblical cosmology rather than what we're told about the globe and all that, it makes sense what the movie's saying. It's saying gateway to the angels, gateway to heaven, gateway to stars. It's actually talking about this Stargate is a gateway to the heavenly realm. And so I believe Nimrod was trying to do something similar to that with this Tower of Babel, which seems to be more of a ziggurat, kind of like what the Mayans built. And so, and he tried to get up there into heaven. According to extra biblical literature, their plan was to kill Yahuwah, set up Nimrod as Elohim in heaven. I will ascend to the clouds. I will be like the Most High. That, if you look in the extra, just for a historical reference in the book of Jasher, that phrase, the 5 I wills, are actually said by all the people at the Tower of Babel in unison. I find it interesting because that's like a correlation with Isaiah 14 and how most of us would interpret Isaiah 14 referring to Satan and what he was thinking in his heart. I will ascend up to heavens. I will be like the Most High. And so I believe Nimrod, from the time that he started becoming wicked, he was used by not used by Satan as his, basically, Satan's chosen one, his anointed one. And I believe that he's going to be the false Messiah in the end times. He's going to be coming back. The first beast that will be the last beast. You know, and so anyway, I just find it interesting, though, that Revelations 9:11, the reason I brought it up is that Apollo, the sun god, by most researchers would be likened to the same person as Baal, Adonis, Osiris. It's the same person. And so it seems like scripture is actually telling us the name of the beast. It's actually letting us know who the beast is. And if you go to Revelation 17, it talks about he will ascend out of the bottomless pit. So Revelation 17 even tells you that the same person from Revelations 9 is the beast. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Here we go. Revelation 17, verse 8, the beast that you saw was and is not, and is about to come up out of the pit of the deep, and goes to destruction or perdition. And those dwelling on the earth whose names are not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world shall marvel. Marvel, huh? Wonder where that company got its name from, huh? When they see the beast that was and is not and yet is. I find it interesting you got Marvel Comics, you know? Superman gets his power from the sun, the S-U-N. Just saying. So and by the way, in the newer Superman movies, I don't know if anyone's caught this, but the S looks like a snake. The S on his chest actually looks like a dragon or a snake. So, the dragon shall give his authority to the beast. So I'm just saying, I just find it very interesting. We're seeing all these clues in the latter times about the anti-Messiah and the beast. So anyway. All right. Yep, we're good, Mom.
Okay, chapter 12, entitled The End Times. At that time, Michael, the great prince who protects your people, will arise. There will be a time of distress, such has not happened from the beginning of nations until then. But at that time, your people, everyone whose name is found written in the book, will be delivered. Multitudes who sleep in the dust of the earth will awake, some to everlasting life, others to shame and everlasting contempt. Those who are wise will shine like the brightness of the heavens, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. But you, Daniel, close up and seal the words of the scroll until the time of the end. Many will go here and there to increase knowledge. Then I, Daniel, looked, and there before me stood two others, one on this bank of the river and one on the opposite bank. One of them said to the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, how long will it be before these astonishing things are fulfilled? The man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, lifted his right hand and his left hand toward heaven, and I heard him swear by him who lives forever, saying, it will be for a time, times, and half a time. When the power of the set apart people has been finally broken, all these things will be completed. I heard, but I did not understand. So I asked, my master, what will the outcome of all this be? He replied, go your way, Daniel, because the words are closed up and sealed until the time of the end. Many will be purified, made spotless, and refined, but the wicked will continue to be wicked. None of the wicked will understand, but those who are wise will understand. From the time that the daily sacrifice is abolished and the abomination that causes desolation is set up, there will be 1290 days. Blessed is the one who waits for and realizes the end. And this is questionable, but in my Bible it says the end of the 1335 days.
Nah.
That's not right. So
It's
that's just an
1290.
addition. That's an
1290.
addition of some kind.
Yeah.
But the 1290 is what really. That's the
Yeah.
3.5 years.
Yeah, it's 1290. Almost every other Bible translation, not just
Yeah.
the Septuagint, but almost every other English translation says 1290. The NIV is taking liberties there. They're
Mhm.
like adding like 35 days there.
45, but that's
Alright.
okay. As for you, go your way till the end. You will rest, and then at the end of the days, you will rise to receive your allotted inheritance. So Daniel basically, this is pretty incredible. Daniel gets to rest with his fathers and know what his outcome's going to be. He knows. He doesn't have to wonder or wait, am I written in that book or not? He's basically told that, which is an incredible gift. If Daniel is given any kind of a real gift, I believe it's that right there, is to know your outcome, to know for sure you will, at the end, you will receive your inheritance.
Here we go. The time of the removal of the perpetual sacrifice. So this is talking about the abomination of desolation here. Some more context to Daniel 9:27. So 11 here lets us know that it is talking about the beast that causes Daniel 9:27. Okay, the removal of the perpetual sacrifice, when the abomination of desolation shall be set up. We can't be the new temple if there's a physical graven image being set up in a building. Okay. There shall be 1,290 days. So yeah, that's the correct number, which by the way is just 3.5 years. That's what it's saying. So what it's actually saying in the prophecy here in context, in verse 11 of the chapter my mom just read, is that, okay, right after that abomination desolation is set up, you have a 3.5 year tribulation. That just to put it in layman's terms, that's what it's saying. So that's literally what it's saying. And Baruch is he that waits and comes to the 1,335 days. Okay, so that's different. That's talking about something else. So there is 1,335, but that's separate from the 1290.
Oh.
So that's talking about a different event. What it sounds like to me, it's talking about after the tribulation. Is talking about most likely the first resurrection. It's the 1335.
All right.
Okay, so that's a different.
Well, it's good to know they got that number from somewhere and didn't just pull it out of there. You know what?
Yeah. But you go and rest, for there are yet days and seasons. And by the way, seasons here in the Hebrew would be moed, just to let people know. Moedim, the appointed times, Passover and all that. Okay, to the fulfillment of the end. The Septuagint says the end. And you shall stand in your lot at the end of days. So we see here, and this is really important here because we kind of get this idea, like we make that altar call and we already got our inheritance. We're already saved right now. That's not what Daniel 12 is saying. Daniel 12 is saying Daniel himself doesn't receive his lot until the end of days. Until endure till the end, and you shall, future tense, shall be saved.
But all his faithfulness all throughout this book of everything he went through, he can know that, he was told several times by Gabriel, you are highly esteemed. I mean, he finally gets back, some truly, truly blessings in his life, I mean, he went through an awful lot in that whole time of Babylon, and him and his friends for that matter. But he's given back some real wonderful things at the end here.
Yeah, so I want to point out here, verse 1 of chapter 12 literally tells you when we shall be saved, which actually agrees with Matthew 24 here. Okay, it says that who stands over the children of your people, is talking about Michael the archangel. There shall be a time of tribulation, the great tribulation. Such tribulation has not been from the time that there was a nation on there until that time. At that time, your people shall be saved. It says it right there. So this idea that, you know, you accept him into your heart and you're saved on the date that you accept him in your heart, there's no scripture for that. That is a man-made tradition. Uh, you know, I even grew up thinking that from evangelical Christianity, but there's no verse for that. Yahusha says when he comes back, we're saved. Paul says when he comes back, we're saved. Yes, it's from belief, but it's not instantaneous. The timing is where we get it wrong in our doctrine. Yahusha didn't save us automatically when he died on the cross and resurrected. We still have to keep our trust in him.
Right.
Right. Doesn't it, the word,
until he comes back. Matter of fact, Paul also says that the day of our salvation is nearer to us than when we first believed. So how are we saved already?
Right.
If Paul's saying that. So I think we need to reevaluate how we interpret Ephesians chapter 2, 8-9. We take that one isolated verse and build a whole weird doctrine around it that doesn't even agree with Paul's other writings. And it doesn't even agree. Peter himself says that our inheritance is stored up in heaven right now to be given to us in the future. So salvation, the majority of the time salvation is mentioned in the New Testament, it's a future event. Yeah. Yahusha himself says, endure to the end and you shall be saved.
oh, there you go.
Constantly is telling us this. And this idea we make an altar call, we're saved since 1970. There's no scripture for that. There's no, it's not there.
It's what an incredible gift some of these highly esteemed people were given, though. Remember in one of the Gospels where Yahusha says to two of them, don't be happy because you've cast out demons.
Yeah.
Be happy because your names, I can't finish it.
Yeah, you're getting emotional.
I can't finish it. I won't make it. But, you know, be happy because your names are written in the Lamb's Book of Life. You know, they were given that promise too. They were given that wonderful promise too while they were still alive. Even if they had to lose their lives, at least they knew they're going into it. We're going to have everlasting life with our King. And, you know, I mean, that was wonderful. So there's a few instances where actually people were given the gift of knowing their future, their, you know, their eternity.
Right. That's true. Now, here in chapter 12 and verse 2, it says, and many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth wake up, some to everlasting high, which is life, and some to reproaches, everlasting abhorrence. Yeah. So, I mean, I've heard this teaching about how there's these different levels of rewards, right? For people that are, so basically here is not talking about those that are going to be put in hell or Gehenna, whatever you want to call it. So it says that basically there's a level.
Actually, I believe I would disagree with that interpretation. I believe it is.
It is the ones that
if you look at the Septuagint, it makes it very clear. The other group, the abhorrence, or the Septuagint says shame.
And mine says contempt.
Shame.
What does contempt really mean?
The shame says is that they missed the mark. The shame is that they will never be in the Father's presence at all. That's why that other group's in shame. I believe it is talking about the lake of fire, and Revelations would actually support that view rather than it's talking about the greatest versus the least. Because in Revelations, it talks about there's gnashing of teeth of those that don't get into the kingdom at all. I'm not even including the least. I'm including those that go to Gehenna.
Right.
They're gnashing their teeth because they know they just realize on the white throne judgment, oh man, we missed it. There's so many people that are so sure of themselves right now. Oh, yeah. I'm making it in there, yada yada. You know, the fact of the matter is that there's going to be a lot of people shocked on Judgment Day. There's going to be a lot of people shocked, but Revelations talks about in the second resurrection there is a resurrection of the wicked for judgment. They're resurrected in the second resurrection. So there's only two groups in the second resurrection. So that's why I believe Daniel's not talking about the greatest and least. The greatest
Yeah, I don't think so
first
either.
gets resurrected actually on a different resurrection than what Daniel's talking about. Daniel's actually talking about the second resurrection, where you have the rest of the body of Messiah, and then you have the separate group of people that never accepted Messiah, that have everlasting shame, that are just they didn't make it. They didn't care to make it. They're almost they regret how they lived their past life here on earth, and they're wailing, they're gnashing their teeth.
Yeah.
You know, and so I'm of the personal belief that the everlasting shame is referring to people going to Gehenna. I do believe that, and Revelation seems to support that, because the greatest of the kingdom actually gets resurrected separate from the least. Like those that get the higher rewards are resurrected on separate resurrection.
Right.
So you can't have the greatest and least resurrected together as those two groups. So the greatest actually comes before the white throne judgment. The greatest of the kingdom, they would be in the millennial, before even the white throne judgment. So that's why I believe when it says everlasting abhorrence or shame, it's actually talking about those that are not saved, and it's actually talking about those that didn't make it. And so anyway, you can find that though in let me see here if I can go to Revelations 20 or 21 here, where it talks about yeah. So there's two groups in the Septuagint of Daniel 12 too, and you know, and that's why I believe one is talking about the wicked, and the other group that's talking about, you know, being joyful would be those that are left over, that are not part, that those would be actually those that are part of the second resurrection. I believe Daniel 12:2 is talking about the second resurrection. Because there is three groups technically. You got in total throughout Revelations, you have the greatest, the least, and those that don't make the kingdom. So technically there are three groups. So what Daniel 12 is mainly talking about in that they'll wake up from the dust of the earth. They're talking about a second resurrection. They're talking about the second resurrection right before the white throne judgment. That's why they would have everlasting shame, because they're judged and thrown into the lake of fire. So anyway, let me see here if I can go to Revelations 20 real quick and show you what I mean. So sees the dragon, saw the thrones. Okay, it says, and I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was given to them, and the lives of those who have been beheaded because of the witness they bore to Yahushua, and because of the word of Yahuwah, and who did not worship the beast nor his image, and did not receive his mark upon their foreheads, upon their hands, and they lived and reigned with Messiah for 1,000 years. So that's talking about the 144,000. Okay, notice here it says, and the rest of the dead, meaning not all the dead have been brought back to life yet, did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection, meaning that the 144,000 are the first resurrection. Okay. Baruch is set apart is the one having part in the first resurrection. The second death possesses no authority over these, but they shall be priests of Yahuwah and of Messiah, and shall reign with him 1,000 years. And when 1,000 years have ended, Satan shall be released from his prison. He shall go out to lead the nations astray, which are in the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together for battle, whose number is as the sand of the sea. And they came up over the breadth of the earth, and surrounding the camp of the set apart ones, and the beloved city. And fire came down from Yahuwah out of heaven and consumed them. And the devil who led them astray was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur, where the beast and false prophet are, and they shall be tortured day and night forever and ever. And I saw a great white throne. Here's a great white throne judgment. And him who was sitting on it, from whose face the earth and heaven fled away, and no place was found for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, so all the dead now are about to get judged, standing before the throne, and books were opened. Another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged from that which was written in the books according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead who were in it, and the death and grave gave up the dead who were in them, and they were judged, each one according to his works. And death and the grave were thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And if anyone was not found written in the book of life, he was thrown into the lake of fire. So to me, it seems like Daniel 12 is describing the second resurrection. If we look in context about the everlasting shame, that would be those that are not found in the book of life. To me, it would make the most sense. But anyway, so I actually wanted to go to Daniel 12, what my mom just read, because there's a couple of points I wanted to bring about, and some things that Yahusha seems to pull from. Let's see here. Verse, those who have insight, verse 3 is very interesting. It says that we will, those that have this resurrection will shine like the firmament, and many of the righteous as the stars. We're going to shine like the stars. So if stars are gas planets, we got a problem here. I'm just saying, we might need to rethink our cosmology a little bit here. Okay, some of the many righteous as the stars forever and ever. Now, we did a study, I think, a year or so ago called What Are Stars Exactly? I would really recommend you check it out to understand the context of this, because this parallels with Yahusha. This parallels with Yahusha saying, in the resurrection, we will be like the angels. So Yahusha is actually saying something straight from Daniel, really. And when he's talking about that, you won't be given into marriage, you won't marry or be given to marriage because you will be like the angels. And to understand that concept, why angels can't marry or not supposed to marry, more or less is what Yahusha is saying. Yahusha is not saying that angels can't physically do what they did in Genesis 6. What he's saying is that they're not created for that purpose. And you can find that concept in the book of Enoch. The Watchers did what they were not supposed to do. They were heavenly beings that were not meant to have wives. They were not, that's not Yahuwah's will for them. And they went outside Yahuwah's will, sinned, and mated with human women and caused havoc in the days of Jared and in the days of Noah. And that was part of the problem in the pre-flood world, was all this hybridization, all these weird sins they introduced that we talked about earlier today, with the cannibalism, the consuming blood, the witchcraft they introduced, abortion they introduced, by the way. So,
which still goes on today.
Yeah. Yep. All those things the Watchers introduced still go on today. It doesn't say it literally in Enoch, but I would add child sacrifice to that list. I wouldn't be surprised if they instituted that too in the pre-flood world. I would not be surprised. They probably instituted tattoos. They probably instituted a lot of things Yahuwah says later on with his people. Yeah, you see Egypt and them doing that? Don't do that. Don't be like them. Don't do that. Don't tat up your body. Don't do this. Don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be passing your child to the fire through Molech. Why is Yahuwah telling them not to do that? Because most likely they grew up in a society where it's commonplace to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why Yahuwah has to make a point about it. Even bestiality. Why does he have to command them not to commit bestiality?
Yeah.
Because the pre-flood world, there was a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you got centaurs, minotaurs, satyrs. All those creatures from Greek mythology have some type of reality and origin.
What a thick world, Brother Doug.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the truth.
Yeah, it was a sick world in the pre-flood era. These servants of Satan call it, the lost empire of Atlantis, and they try to glamorize it. Atlantis was so great. Oh, we had material splendor, that we had this, we had that. And that's what they want. They want that back. All these elitists, they want Atlantis back. And that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day. What was the purpose for America? And there's been books written by Manly P. Hall, The Secret Destiny for America, the New Atlantis. So I would suggest, if you're interested in that topic and you to research into that and see the ties between what mythology calls the last city of Atlantis in the pre-flood world. You'll be interested to find historically there's a lot of ties between Atlantis and the days of Jared and Noah that the canon speaks of in Genesis 6 and what Enoch expounds upon in the book of Enoch. A lot of it ties in with what the world today calls the lost empire of Atlantis and the lost city of Atlantis and all that. So anyway, but I just wanted to mention Yahusha even technically indicates stars or angels. Because when he's saying we will be like the stars in the resurrection, he's technically quoting from Daniel 12:3. So that's just something I wanted to explain there, because I know with our heliocentric background in school, we read a verse like that. We're like, what we're going to be like stars? What does that mean? You know. So anyway, so all right, let's see here. We got verse 7. I wanted to look at because the Septuagint is a little different here. It says when this is supposed to occur, it says that it should be for a time of times and a half a time, which by the way, 3.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's prophetic language for 3.5 years. When the dispersion is ended, they shall know all these things. Well, the dispersion didn't end for the Israelites back in the 70 AD. There hasn't been a total end for dispersion even up into this day. Could it possibly be referring to, I don't know, the Greater Exodus? Possibly. So Daniel might be being told here that we're not going to fully understand these things until it's time for Yahuwah to bring us back into the land. I believe that's what the angel is telling him here in verse 7 of the Septuagint of Daniel 12, verse 7. The Masoretic text words it a lot differently. It talks about the power of the people, the power of the saints. It's, I don't know, a little different. So verse 11, and from the time, yeah, we already talked about that, the removal of the sacrifice and all that, abomination, desolation, 1,290 days. All right, so we already talked about it. So that's pretty much it for Daniel. So a lot of end time stuff my mom read about from chapters 9 to 12. A lot of good stuff there. A lot of good stuff to go back and reanalyze. This is why it's good to know secular history. I really advocate knowing our history, knowing how does history relate to prophecy in Daniel. If you know a little bit of history, secular history,
it helps a lot.
It helps a lot. You'll know who the he-goat is of Daniel 7. Like, you'll understand a lot of that stuff. So, anyway. All right. Let's see here. So we got 1 Corinthians chapter 5 to 6, which Sister Marissa will be taking over for us. So whenever you're ready, sis.
Okay, can you put it up for me there, Doug?
Sure.
Hello?
Who's that?
Mo?
Hello?
I didn't hear anything, so I thought you guys stopped. My bad.
He's
no,
putting
no,
for me.
no problem.
Is that it, bro?
Yeah, I got it on the Scriptures 1998.
Okay. Okay. It is commonly reported that there is wrong whoring among you, and such whoring as it is not even named among the Gentiles, so as one to have his father's wife. I can't see the rest of it. Okay. And you have been puffed up, who did not rather mourn so that he who has done this deed be removed from among you. For I indeed, as absent in body, but present in spirit, have already judged the one who did this, as though I were present. In the name of our Master Yahuwah, no, in the name of our Master Yahushua Mashiach, when you are gathered together, and my spirit with the power of our Master Yahushua Mashiach, deliver such a one to Satan for destruction of the flesh, in order that his spirit be saved in the day of the Master Yahushua. Your boasting is not good. Do you not know that a little leaven leavens the entire lump? Therefore, cleanse out the old leaven, so that you are a new lump, as you are unleavened. For also Mashiach, our Passover, was offered for us. So then, let us observe the festival, not with old leaven, nor with the leaven of evil and wickedness, but with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth. I wrote to you in my letter not to keep company with those who whore. And I certainly did not mean with those of this world who whore, or with the greedy of gain, or swindlers, or idolaters, since then you would need to go out of the world. But now I have written to you not to keep company with anyone called a brother, if he is one who whores, or greedy of gain, or an idolater, or a reviler, or a drunkard, or a swindler, not even to eat with such a one. For what have I to do with judging outsiders? Do you not judge those who are inside? But Elohim judges those who are outside, and put away the wicked one from among you. Chapter 6. So chapter 6, brother. There. Okay. Should any of you holding a matter against another go to the judge before the unrighteous, and not before the set apart ones? Do you not know that the set apart ones shall judge the world? And if the world is judged by you, are you unworthy to judge the smallest matter? Do you not know that we shall judge messengers? How much more matters of this life? If then you truly have judgments of this life, do you appoint them as judges who are least esteemed by the assembly? I say this to your shame. It is so, that there is not a wise one among you, not even one, who shall be able to judge between his brothers. But brother against brother goes to be judged, and that before unbelievers. Already then, there is a failure with you, that you have already then there is a failure with you, that you have lawsuits among you. Why not rather be wronged? Why not rather be cheated? But you yourselves do wrong and cheat, and that to your brothers. Do you not know that the unrighteous shall not inherit the reign of Elohim? Do not be deceived. Neither those who whore, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor Ephraimites, nor homosexuals, nor thieves, nor greedy of gain, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers shall inherit the reign of Elohim. And such were some of you, but you were washed, but you were set apart, but you were declared right in the name of the Master Yahuwah and by the Spirit of our Elohim. All is permitted me, but not all do profit. All is permitted me, but I shall not be under authority of any. Foods for the stomach, and the stomach for foods. But Elohim shall destroy both it and them. And the body is not for whoring, but for the master, and the master for the body. And Elohim, who raised up the master, shall also raise us up through his power. Do you not know that your bodies are members of Mashiach? Shall I then take the members of Mashiach and make them members of a whore? Let it not be. Or do you not know that he who is joined to a whore is one body? For he says, the two shall become one flesh. And he who is joined to the master is one spirit. Flee whoring. Every sin that a man does is outside the body. But he who commits whoring sins against his own body. Or do you not know that your body is the dwelling place of the set apart spirit who is in you, which you have from Elohim, and you are not your own? For you were bought with a price. Therefore, esteem Elohim in your body and in your spirit, which are of Elohim.
All right, great job, sis. So, before,
So he keeps saying whore. He's
yeah,
talking about all the abominations that,
well,
like
sexual immorality, basically. Like where the King James says, it's the same word that the King James translated as sexual immorality, like pretty much lusting sexually. For a man like me or Joshua to have a one night stand with a woman, that would be sexual immorality or whoring.
right.
Like,
But remember in the Old Testament when he was talking to the children of Israel and he was telling them not to whore, he was talking about their idolatrous followings, all the stuff that they were doing, giving their children to the fire and worshiping other gods. I understood whoring to be that, not so much the whoring of like, going to a prostitute or whatever, or fornication, but whoring in terms of whoring with the nations.
yeah,
So this is not what that is, because it keeps saying,
it's not the same context. It's not, because if we look at the beginning of the chapter, it talks about there are whorings among you that should not be, and it says to have your father's wife. It's referring to sleeping, sexual sin, sleeping with your dad's wife, whether it be your mother or it be a woman that your dad remarried to, which, by the way, goes all the way back to Ham with Noah. Yeah, Mom.
I
Got it.
I somehow leaned on it. Sorry.
All right, so just to reiterate, the only reason, sis, I wouldn't spiritualize it in this context is because Paul starts out this chapter talking about sexual sin, pretty much. He actually literally, yeah, that's the only reason. You are right, though. It does in other contexts in the Tanakh refer to whoring in general. So you're not wrong. It's just that in this context, he's talking about a different type of whoring. He's talking about something that is actually commanded in Deuteronomy 22:36. I think let me see here. So that was in chapter 5. Yeah, 22:30. I mean, a man does not take his father's wife, nor uncover his father's skirt. And by the way, that's the actual context of the story of Ham and Noah. I know a lot of people are taught traditionally in the church, it's taught that he just saw his dad naked. If you understand the Hebrew idiom of seeing his dad naked, or he uncovered his dad's nakedness in the Torah universally, that talks about having your dad's wife.
Yeah, we don't understand that phrase in Christianity. That's what it is.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of man-made traditions, and because we don't understand the language, we start making up personal interpretations of scriptures and, trying to figure it out. People will just, interpret it any way they want. Either, it's safer that way to interpret it that he just saw him naked, which makes no sense
Well,
because
it does sound that
his
way
son-
when you think
his
about
son
it.
gets cursed. And you don't get cursed for making fun of your dad being naked drunk.
I understand that, Doug. I
That's
understand it now.
that's
Yes.
like, if a worldly person wouldn't interpret it that way, because they're looking at it, what it's literally saying. It's saying his son is being cursed for his dad looking at his grandfather naked. I mean, that
Yeah, no, that doesn't
that
make any
that
sense
doesn't-
at all.
even a worldly person would be like, huh, what? No, and this happens a lot in Genesis alone. In the book of Genesis, you can find multiple instances of this. Ham wasn't the only offender. If I'm not mistaken, who was it, Mom? Was it Dan? Dan?
Yes, it was Dan, and
Dan
that's why
did
I
it,
think
yeah.
we don't see Dan in
No,
Revelation.
no. Never mind. It's not Dan. It's I think it might have
was Dan.
Reuben.
Oh,
I
it was
keep getting them
Reuben. You're right,
confused.
you're right,
Reuben.
You're right.
Reuben uncovered his dad's nakedness. Now, according to the expoundings in the Targums in the Barakas of Genesis 48, I think it is. It's 48 or 49. According to the author of the Targums, Reuben did not get the priesthood because of that.
Right.
Supposedly, according to their opinion, their historical opinion, Reuben was actually punished for uncovering his dad's nakedness, and he was supposed to receive the double portion of the kingship, which Judah got.
Yeah.
And so that's just something interesting to look into. I find it interesting. But so this whole having your father's wife thing seems to be a problem with Israel. It's constantly
But you know what, Doug? That's kind of interesting because when the Tanakh is mentioning Rachel and Leah as the wives, the concubines are not really considered wives.
No.
So I'm kind of like, why is it that Reuben was punished for uncovering his father's nakedness with a concubine? Because as far as I can remember in the Tanakh, it only mentions Rachel and Leah as the wives.
Yeah. Well, concubines from Hebrew culture, they're still considered wives, like legitimate wives. They're just lesser wives. They're not respected as much, but at the same time, they are a literal wife. So he still committed the same offense that if he would have slept with Rachel or one of his dad's like respected, highly esteemed wives. But the concubine is actually considered a wife. See, our Greco-Roman Christian understanding is that concubines are not wives, and we kind of.
Where do you get that information from? That they're wives?
Well, from scripture.
Oh, okay.
They're wives.
I never saw that before.
They're considered wives. It's not literally their mom, but it's hinted at. They're considered wives. Because Mom, it says it even literally says he uncovered his father's skirt, which by association, he's having sex with his father's wife, because that's the Torah commandment. You don't uncover your father's skirt, which is a Hebrew idiom for having sex with his wife. So for them not to be wives of his, then that's contradicting the story of Reuben, because he's literally getting punished for that exact crime.
He's still a son, is what it is. He is still a son to him. And if you sleep with if your father has a girl that he's sleeping with, he's in covenant with her because that's how they marry. So when the son comes in to uncover, even if it's his youngest concubine, he is still committing a sin, because you don't share that until death do us part. I mean, the death has to come in order for a son or a brother, right, to come in to take that
Oh, yeah.
woman
Yeah.
to have to spread the seed.
Right.
But
Right.
yeah, I mean, that's just common sense, because they didn't have what we have today, the wedding bells and
Yeah.
Right.
all
But
that
isn't it
stuff.
interesting that he wasn't stoned for committing adultery? Because
Yeah,
he committed adultery.
I guess because the law of Moses didn't happen yet, technically,
Yeah.
you had the law of the
Timeline.
you had the law of the garden. So you kind of like, a lot of us don't like to accept this, but there was a law before the law of Moses that's a little different than the law of Moses, and the incest thing was
done.
not forbidden until the law of Moses came.
Right.
So technically, he got mercy from the Father through the fact that that command wasn't given yet.
Right.
But he lost a lot, though, brother. You know what I mean?
He did. Yeah.
Double portion is a lot to lose.
Yeah. The Targum showed that he pretty much got barely a barak at all in Genesis 48. Like, their version of Genesis 48 expounds on Reuben and his punishment. And I mean, he lost the kingship, he lost the priesthood to Levi, he lost the kingship to Judah. So
like a cup of soup.
Yeah, I mean, he's still going to be in the kingdom, but definitely he kind of screwed up a bit with that, because those would have been rewards if he didn't do that.
And he was the eldest, right?
I think so. Reuben was his firstborn.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And his dad was ticked at him because that's his firstborn doing that. You know, that's the oldest, that should know better. So, but yeah, so yeah, I agree with Sister Sadia 100%. That regardless, concubine or higher esteemed wife, it doesn't matter. She's still a wife. She's still your dad's woman. And so it's important to understand that, though, in the Torah, because then we get, when you start reading about Ham before the law of Moses, it's like, okay, what's going on here? What's seeing his dad's nakedness? What is that talking about? And that obviously was a curse, and we see it's a genetic curse, because Canaan is actually cursed, not Ham, and then all the Canaanites are all screwed up genetically. They're all giants. They're all screwed up. So it's like Yahuwah, you actually have the sins of the father going to the son in that aspect, where the son is cursed for what the father did. And so
now, quick question. This is a pretty good chapter here. So when you were reading along there, where it said that if these people are doing drinking, they're fornicating, they're committing idolatry. Did you say adultery as well, or just idolatry?
it says, let me get it. I think it's one of the last verses here. Let me see here.
A little bit towards the middle. Let's see where it said where we're.
It said idolaters, whores, which whoring can refer to multiple things, but probably in this context, it's sexual immorality. Greedy of gain, which means you are false scales, which is abomination to the Father in the Torah.
Could that be, wait a minute, on that greed of gain, could that be that you're always running after the dollar, or you're running after somebody who's rich?
I'd say that, coveting money, that could be possible. Yeah. Idolater or reviler. Reviler, I think, has something to do with your words. Like when you revile your parents, you're not respecting your parents. Drunkard, yes. So this scared the heck out of me, sis. When I first came into Torah in 2014, late 2014, I saw this verse by Paul. Paul's like literally saying, you do these things, you will not be in the kingdom. I'm like, oh boy, I'm a drunkard. I better wake the heck up right now. I better stop this. And that's something that we're not taught in evangelical Christianity, because they're taught we're already saved, we can't fall out of the Father's hand, yada yada. But you see here, Paul's even saying, don't practice these actions, because these actions will keep you out of the kingdom.
We're also not taught that drug taking is part of witchcraft.
Yeah, pharmakia.
Pharmakia, yeah, the Greek.
We're not taught that.
The Greek word for pharmakeia goes to English pharmacy. Yes, so pharmacy drugs are pharmakeia. Yeah.
Okay, now another one. As you're drinking that, now it says we're not to have nothing to do with them. Is that a brother, or is that
Yeah.
somebody who
Yeah,
does
that's
not
a brother.
believe?
Yeah, that's a brother, because Paul actually expounds in this chapter and says, if I was talking about outsiders, you could never go out to the world. So Paul's not saying, though, to make friends with non-believers that do such things. He's just
Right.
saying that if I said that you could not ever keep company or ever speak to someone
Right.
that's a non-believer and do these things, you wouldn't be able to witness to them.
Right.
That's what he's really
No,
talking about. A lot
yeah,
of
because
people,
the Jehovah's Witnesses are very good for disfellowshipping. If their sons or daughters have gone off and they're doing something, they have to be talked to, then they get disfellowship from the whole group. So the whole congregation puts them outside. So I was kind of thinking, well, they might have
yeah, they
somewhat.
do. Yeah, I would agree with them. They do have validity to it. Matter of fact, this is even stronger in the Old Covenant and in the law of Moses. They would stone their child.
Oh,
If they were a drunkard and a swindler and all that, it says in the law of Moses, take the child. By the way, child is like a very bad, like poor use of a word there, because if you actually look at the context, is a grown-up son or daughter that's practically grown and knows better and just is willfully sinning and not caring, and they're supposed to stone them.
ah,
And so, they're like, so that's what a lot of people don't realize. In the millennial, all that's coming back. So there ain't going to be rebellion in Israel. There ain't going to be rebellion.
there's not. Okay, so then there's not going to be shacking up or anything like that, right? No, it's going to be covenant. It's going to be covenant.
Yahusha ain't putting on.
So you don't get to taste the waters or test the waters to see if you want it or you don't want it, right?
Yeah, no, I don't
Or
think
get
so.
the milk for free. Oh.
Yeah, bring the cow and start drinking the milk for free.
Anyhow, I think we're live. Are you live still, Doug? Oh my
Yes,
goodness.
yes.
But
Oh my
that's
goodness.
okay. You know why? Because this is truth. This is out there, and people in Torah, people out of Torah, people in church that think that they're saved and all they got to do is repent. No, when you're willfully doing what you're doing and it's not right, you better wake up. This is a wake up call for all those. It's not just for, I mean, we're asking questions here because, I have people that I do know that are doing these things. And I just want to make sure that, what we're saying here is very clear. And even for the Jehovah's Witnesses, they just got a few things off. They got to come. They got to realize certain things, but they don't celebrate pagan holidays. They don't do a lot of stuff.
They have some things right.
They do, sweetie. And I gotta tip my hat on my sister-in-law. It's okay. My sister-in-law, she goes, hey, you're kind of like us now. She goes, how does it feel to be persecuted all the time? And I'm like, I'm sorry, Val. I'm really sorry, because she now knows that I don't do holidays. So it's, and so there's a little like, hey, maybe I'm going to look into what you're looking at, or maybe, maybe what she's talking about, I might look into it. You know what I mean? So it opens a door that nobody else can close. And Father is the one that gnaws on their hearts. So, I mean, I'm just speaking because we do know a lot of people that think that doing all these things, and a swindler is somebody, I think, that works for like a lie, that says a lie that
Yes.
what is a swindler? Give me a good
Extortion. Extortion, yeah.
oh, so they take your money, they lie, and they run.
Right.
Something like that.
Overcharging
Gouging and
overcharging for people, like certain Bible want to make people pay $200 for a Bible.
Ah, okay, like making more of a profit than you
Lee, you
should.
need to mute your phone, Lee.
Lee, or maybe Lee, you want to ask a question?
Yeah, why don't we call him Jehovah?
Because there's no J. The J is less than 500 years old. Jehovah was given to us. People believed in the letter J just 475 years, maybe approximately, that letter came into our alphabet. So that's why we don't call him Jehovah. And I think there's also a meaning behind that.
Good morning, Nerea.
Hi, Nerea.
Lay down.
So that's why we try to stay away from the letter J.
Yeah,
it's more Greek.
basically to piggyback off of what Sister Sadia said, also a more complicated history is that the Masoretes, they're always the ones to blame here. The Masoretes decided to corrupt the Hebrew language, and they started getting Germanic influence, European influence. The A became a P. The I in the English somehow was changed to a J late 1600s. And so basically in the original Hebrew, the reason we use Yahuwah is because in the original Hebrew, the E that you have in Yiddish, what today is called biblical Hebrew, is more correctly like Yiddish. It basically, the original Hebrew didn't have an E sound. It had a sound. So that's the reason we don't say Yehovah or Jehovah, because there's no et in the original Paleo Hebrew. There's a there's a ua, not a va, so there's no v. The v originally was a u in the original Hebrew. So basically, the Masoretes, they start adding these little dots and dashes to the language to change Yahuwah's name, and also to make it. Their original intent was not to allow the Goyim to pronounce the Father's name. If you read the Masoretes, what they wrote, their own books, they said, well, we can't allow the Goyim to know his name. We can't allow them to pronounce his name. It's unutterable. And unfortunately, in Christianity today, I think through just unwillful ignorance, they've actually carried over that Jewish tradition into their language, because I've heard, my mom and I, we sometimes listen on YouTube, certain pastors have actually talked about, the unutterable name. And I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm like, they're carrying over Jewish tradition. Yahuwah gave his name for a reason. He gave his name to mankind for a reason. In Exodus, he reveals it again to mankind through Moses. But the original Hebrew, it makes it very clear that it's Yahuwah. We also know from the prophets and the disciples, the majority of them have the suffix of the Father's name in their names. Like, how we saw earlier today, we had Ami Shaddai and all that, how certain people had Shaddai at the end of their name. Well, certain prophets have Yahu at the end of their name, not Jeho or not Yeho. They have Yahu at the end of their name. So even the prime minister of Israel, Netanyahu, and even spelled Yahu in English. So Yahuwah's name has always been preserved in a way. He's always tried to put it in plain sight for us, like, this is my name. The last English Bible to have a version of his name that wasn't Jehovah was, I think it was the William Tyndale Bible. It was 1534 was the last that it still had the suffix u there, instead of hova. And so the Germanic influence caused the caused the the instead of ua. And so the Yiddish language, the Masoretes are really to blame for that, trying to corrupt the Father's name. There's actually a prophecy even about it too. In Jeremiah 11:19, it says that, let us wipe him out. Let us destroy the tree from its fruit. Let us blot out his name. Yahusha's name was changed to Yeshua by those that wrote the Talmud. They started calling him Yeshua or Yeshu, which is a Yiddish acronym for "Let his name be blotted out." So the changing of the names were intentional. The corrupting of the names were intentional and due to people like the Pharisees, pretty much, and the Sadducees, and basically the originators of the Jewish religion, basically, and they did it because of man-made traditions, which Yahuwah says you negate my father's command through your traditions. You negate my father's law through your traditions of men. So that's the reality of what happened. That the father's name was, corrupted over a long period of time. But you can actually research for yourselves. One really good resource is called Detailed History of the Name. And it talks about how William Tyndale, instead of the Lord, instead of Jehovah, had a very close English translation, like literal word for word translation of the Tetragrammaton, and it wasn't Jehovah. It was a lot closer to Yahuwah. And just to show you what I mean here. So right here we have in the William Tyndale Bible, Iehouah. So the E comes from the Germanic influence.
How old is that?
1534. 1534.
So older than the 1611, right?
Yeah. And you can go to older ones too that have that type of spelling instead of Hova. Like the Wycliffe, I think has it, or no, they put stupid Adonai. I don't know why they do that. So stupid. I know there's other older Bibles from the 13 and 1400s. I think the Bishop's Bible. Yeah. Bishop's Bible, 1568. Okay, so all these older Bibles before the 1600s had his name.
Joshua has his hand up.
Yeah. I would hand these out to Jehovah Witnesses, to be honest. I would be like, I would love to hand a document like this printed out and be like, listen, look at all the older Bibles. Okay, the Hova suffix didn't come about until way later.
You make a flyer and I'll put it on their windshields, honey.
Yeah. So let me see here. Where's older? What about Geneva? Geneva, the Geneva Bible, which is the Bible of the Patriots, the Protestant Reformation, 1587. They have it too. The Geneva Bible is very popular too. A lot of Protestants know about this Bible. This came before. Basically, the King James is a copy of the Geneva, is what the King James is. They literally took the Geneva Bible, edited a couple things, and called it the 1611 King James. That's pretty much what they did.
I think you have to edit so many words in order to call it a different translation and to be accepted, right? I think that's where a lot of the newer versions are coming from, because they're editing the words, like the scriptures, the hallelujahs, and from when I first came out, the word of Yah, I think it is, that's what it's called, I think, OSC 1, that's what they did, which he really changed a lot and copied a lot. So, there's just a certain amount of letters or words that you have to change, and you can make your own translation. So we didn't know this. People in the church didn't know this. We took the King James as to being the oldest Bible written around town, and yet there's many others that are older.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brother Joshua.
Yeah. Yeah, Brother Joshua, I don't know if you wanted to mention something. I think I saw your hand up before.
I was just gonna say that you have certain movies that have actual Native Americans using the name Yahuwah, so it kind of shows that name was preserved in certain Native American cultures.
Yeah, it was.
Well, your cowboy movies, if you watch some of your Ruben's a cowboy nut, so when he's watching Indian movies, every once in a while, I'll pay attention, and you will hear them say, Yahweh. They will say his name in the movie. They will say it. So I get shocked at times. I really get, but a lot of them, some of them use Yahweh, I think.
Yeah.
So but it's real fast, real subtle.
Yeah, that the Yahweh is another corruption that actually predates the Jehovah corruption. See, through a period of time, the Germanic influence of the Yiddish language, the first corruption was, according to Daniel Merrick, he is a author. He's the translator of my Yahuwah Restored Name King James Bible, the Yahuwah Bible I have. He he has done a lot of research. He found out that the Masoretes actually changed Yahuwah. The first corruption was from Yahuwah to Yehuwah. They first changed the A to an E. Then they went to Yahweh, changing the U to a W with the vowel points. Then it went from Yahweh to Yehovah. So it's like a long period of time they've been trying to corrupt the Father's name for multiple reasons. Number one, they don't want people to pronounce it. Supposedly, those vowel changes were not meant for people to pronounce Yehovah or Yahweh or any other pronunciation. Those vowel points were added to tell the reader to say Adonai. In their own books, it says that. That's literally the reasoning. They never meant for people to say Yehovah, Yahweh, and all that. They actually meant for when you see those dots and dashes, don't say the name. That's why today in Judaism you have Hashem. Hashem just means the name. So when a Jewish person is calling the creator the Hashem, they're just saying the name. That's all they're saying. So, it's a man-made tradition that is in the Talmud even. You can find in the Talmud written. But anyway, there's multiple Bibles from the 1500s before the King James that have Yahuwah's name. The Great Bible of 1539, which is 50 years before the Geneva Bible, has that same spelling, Iehuouah. So the suffix hua is there, all the way back to 1539. So a lot of the older Bibles have a version of the Tetragrammaton that's more accurate than Jehovah. A lot of them do. So it's around. You just got to look for it. It's So there's at least 3 or 4 different Bibles before the James. Most of us are taught the King James is the most accurate because it's the authorized version. But there's at least 4 or 5 English Bibles before the King James. So the King James pretty much copied the Geneva. Most people that have studied the different Bible translations, most of them would admit that the King James is a carbon copy of the Geneva, and it's not much different. So anyway, just for those that are interested, that's why our fellowship uses the pronunciation Yahuwah rather than any other pronunciation you've probably heard. Like I know there's others like Yahweh and all that, but I believe Yahuwah is the most valid due to all you have to do is look at all the prophets' suffixes of their names. They all go to Yahu. They Yirmiyahu, Yashayahu, Isaiah. All of them have Yahu at the end of their name. So for the most part, most of the prophets do. So that's why I landed on Yahuwah, and because the Paleo Hebrew doesn't have certain sounds in it, doesn't have there's no real vowels in the Paleo Hebrew language, so you can't get an E sound, you can't get an I sound, so that's the reason I believe Yahuwah is the correct pronunciation.
Do they still put the Gideon Bibles in the hotels?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, I actually have one from way back. I think last year when we first moved in here,
That's surprising.
The shelf.
Yes, it's still there, sister. I wanted to bring one.
Wow.
There, it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad they're still putting them in there because at least it gives a Bible for people to read that people don't have to empty their bank account for. Yeah. So yeah. But anyway,
1 Corinthians 5. Is it 7, 8, and 9 for Doug?
Yeah. So let me get that for him. If he doesn't have a Bible in front of him.
Doug, do you want to read off of the script on his screen, or do you want to read off of your own version?
I think he's muted, I believe.
It's getting late. You might have thought we were done.
Doug, you need to unmute your phone.
If he's having trouble, I can read.
Let me text him.
Okay. it is getting late on our side. I want to kind of finish this off here.
You've been on a long time. Aren't
Yeah.
you guys hungry over there?
Oh yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. My mom's definitely getting there. So I'm probably gonna be there soon. Yeah, let me just I'll do it for him because it's getting really late on our side. All right, so 1 Corinthians chapter 7. Now concerning the matters about which you wrote, it is too for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman. So this is talking about options. It's not a commandment. Okay. But because of the temptation to sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife, each woman for her own husband. The husband should give to his wife her conjugal rights, and likewise the wife to her husband. For the wife does not have authority over her own body, but the husband does. Likewise, let's not stop there. Likewise, the husband does not have authority over his own body. It's a two-way street. But the wife does. Do not deprive one another, except perhaps by agreement for a limited time, that you may devote yourselves to prayer, but then come together again, so that Satan may not tempt you because of your lack of self-control. So basically, Paul's saying it would be good for you to fast from sexual relations to make yourself stronger. So that's a different type of fasting, not referring to food. That's like basically withholding from conjugal, relations. Now, as a concession, not a command. Okay, Paul even tells you verbatim himself, not a command. I say this: I will that all were as myself am, but each his own gift from Yahuwah, one of a kind and one of another. I guess the Catholic Church skips verse 6. It's not a command. To the unmarried and widows, I say that it is good for them to remain single as I am, but if they cannot exercise self-control, they should marry. For it is better to marry than to burn with passion. To the married I give this charge, not I, but Yahuwah. The wife should not separate from her husband, but if she does, she should remain unmarried or else be reconciled to her husband. The husband should not divorce his wife. To the rest I say, I, not the master, that if any brother has a wife who is an unbeliever, and she consents to live with him, she should not divorce. He should not divorce. Any woman has a husband who is an unbeliever, and he consents to live with her, she should not divorce him. For the unbelieving husband is made set apart because of his wife, and the unbelieving wife is made set apart because of her husband. Otherwise your children would be unclean, but as it is, they are set apart. But if the unbelieving partner separates, let it be so. In such cases, the brother or sister is not enslaved. Yahuwah has called you to peace. For how do you know, wife, whether you will save your husband? Or how will you know, husband, whether you will save your wife? Only let each person lead the life that the master has assigned him, and to which Yahuwah has called him. This is my rule in all the assemblies. Was anyone at the time of his call already circumcised? Now Paul's dealing with the circumcised party. Now he's talking about these people putting added prerequisites for salvation. Okay. Let him not seek to remove marks of circumcision. Was anyone at the time of his call uncircumcised? Let him not seek circumcision. And this is where the church, they take that and run with it. Paul's not saying don't get circumcised. Okay. He's saying that don't have circumcision as a prerequisite for salvation. That's the context here. Okay. For neither uncircumcision counts for nothing, nor for neither circumcision counts for nothing or uncircumcision, but keeping the commandments of Yahuwah. Well, physical circumcision is one of the commandments. So obviously Paul is not literally saying circumcision doesn't matter. Okay. Each one should remain in the condition in which he was called. Were you a bondservant when called? Do not be concerned about it. But if you can gain your freedom, avail yourself of the opportunity. For he who has called you in the master as a bondservant is a freed man of the master. Likewise, he who was free when called is a bondservant of Messiah. You were bought with a price. Do not become bondservants of men. So, brothers, in whatever condition each was called, there let him remain with Yahuwah. Now, concerning the betrothed, I have no command from the master, but I give my judgment as one who by the master's mercy is trustworthy. I think that in view of the present distress, it is good for a person to remain as he is. Are you bound to a wife? Do not seek to be free. Are you free from a wife? Do not seek a wife. Interesting. But if you do marry, you have not sinned. And if a betrothed woman marries, she has not sinned. Yet those who marry will have worldly troubles, and I would spare you that. Oh boy, I know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
You think you do?
Oh, I've seen others dealing with it. I think I know a little. This is what I mean, brothers. The appointed time has grown very short. From now on, let those who have wives live as though they had none, and those who mourn as though they were not mourning, and those who rejoice as though they were not rejoicing, those who buy as though they had no possessions, those who deal with the world as though they had no dealings with it. For the present form of this world is passing away. I want you to be free from anxieties. The unmarried man is anxious about the things of the master, how to please the master.
Mm-hmm.
But the married man is anxious about worldly things, how to please his wife. And his interests are divided. And the unmarried or betrothed woman is anxious about the things of the master, how to be set apart in body and spirit. But the married woman is anxious about worldly things, how to please her husband. I say this for your own benefit, not to lay any restraint upon you, but to promote Tob order and to secure your undivided devotion to Yahuwah. If anyone thinks that he is not behaving properly toward his betrothed, if his passions are strong, and if it has to be, let him do as he wills, let them marry, it is no sin. But whoever is firmly established in his heart, being under no necessity, but having his desire control, and has determined this in his heart to keep her as his betrothed, he will do well. So then, he who marries his betrothed does well, and he who refrains from marriage will do even better. A wife is bound to her husband as long as he lives. Okay, this goes back to Jeremiah chapter 3. This goes back to the Torah that talks about as long as the husband lives, the wife is bound to the husband. Okay, there's a law of marriage that's talking about. Okay, yet in my judgment, she is happier if she remains as she is, and I think that I too have the spirit of Elohim. Okay, so now chapter 8. Now, concerning food offered to idols, we know that all of us possess knowledge. This knowledge puffs up, but love builds up. Ooh, this is a confusing chapter that I think a lot of people misunderstand and think Paul's giving us the green light to eat food and not worry about, whether it's offered to idols and all that. So this is going to be an interesting chapter here. But if anyone imagines that he knows something he does not yet know as the ought to know, but if anyone loves Yahuwah, he is known by Yahuwah. Therefore, as to eating of food offered to idols, we know that an idol has no real existence, and that there is no Elohim but one. For although there are many so-called deities in heaven or on earth, as indeed there are many mighty ones and many masters, yet for us there is one Elohim, the Father, from whom all things and for whom we exist, and one Master, Yahushua Messiah, through whom are all things and through whom we exist. However, not all possess the knowledge, but some through former association with idols eat food as really offered to an idol. So what Paul is saying here, people are eating something that has not been physically sacrificed to an idol, right? And they have a corrupted conscience, thinking that something that was not offered to an idol was offered to an idol. That's what he's saying. Okay? That's what he means by a weak brother and sister. Okay? Okay? and their conscience being weak is defiled. Food will not commend us to Yahuwah. We are not worse off if we do not eat, nor better off if we do. But take care that this right of yours does not somehow become a stumbling block to the weak. For if anyone sees you who have knowledge eating in an idol's temple, will he not be encouraged if his conscience is weak to eat food offered to idols? And so by your knowledge, this weak person is destroyed, and the brother for whom Messiah died. Thus, sinning against your brothers, wounding their conscience when it is weak, you sin against Messiah. Personally, I would interpret that Paul's talking about you're eating food that has not been sacrificed to an idol, but you're eating it in a place that maybe a graven image is like somewhere in the room. And what Paul is saying is, don't put a stumbling block to your brother and sister and make them think or make it appear that you're eating food sacrificed to idols. So he's saying if your brother's weak, don't eat meat in front of him. If he believes there's no meat that you can eat that has not been sacrificed to an idol and has, a weaker conscience, then don't eat meat in front of your brother. That's what it's saying. Therefore, if food makes my brother stumble, I will never eat meat, lest I make my brother stumble. Okay, so that's what I believe the true context of this chapter is. To me, that would make the most sense without Paul being schizophrenic or contradicting himself. So, anyway. All right, so last chapter here. 1 Corinthians chapter 9. Am I not free, or am I not an apostle? Have I not seen Yahushua our master, or are not you my workmanship in the master? If to others I am not an apostle, at least I am to you, for you are the seal of my apostleship in the master. This is my defense to those who would examine me. We do not have the right to eat and drink. We not have the right to take along a believing wife as to other apostles and the brothers of the master and Kapha? Or is it only Barnabas and I who have no right to refrain from working for a living? Who serves a soldier at his own expense? Who plants a vineyard without eating of fruits? Now, Paul's going back to the Torah here, by the way. He's going back to Deuteronomy, where a soldier marries a woman. Before he could get married, he doesn't go to war. He enjoys his wife, then he goes to war. Same thing with someone that wants to plant a vineyard. So he's actually pulling from the Torah here. All right. Who serves a soldier at his own expense, who plants a vineyard without eating of its fruit, or who tends to a flock without getting some of its milk? Do I say these things on human authority? Does not the law say the same? Does not the Torah say the same? For it is written in the law of Moshe, Deuteronomy 25:4, you shall not muzzle an ox when it treads out the grain when it treads out the grain. Is it for oxen that Yahuwah is concerned? So basically, Paul is trying to show a spiritual application to that Torah command. Does he not certainly speak for our sake? It was written for our sake, because the plowman should plow in expectation, and the thresher thresh in expectation of sharing in the crop. If we have sown spiritual things among you, is it too much if we reap material things from you? If others share this rightful claim on you, do not we even more? Nevertheless, we have not made use of this right, but we endure anything rather than put an obstacle in the way of the glad tidings of Messiah. Do you not know that those who are employed in the temple service get their food from the temple, and those who serve at the altar share in the sacrificial sacrifices? So now he's talking about the Levites. Okay. In the same way, Yahuwah commanded that those who proclaim the glad tidings should get their living by the glad tidings, meaning a workman is worthy of his meat, his food. Okay. But I have made no use of any of these rights, nor am I writing these things to secure any such provision, for I would rather die than having anyone deprive me of my ground for boasting. For if I preach the glad tidings, that gives me no ground for boasting. For necessity is laid upon me. Woe to me if I do not preach the glad tidings. For if I do this of my own will, I have a reward, but if not of my own will, I am still entrusted with a stewardship. What then is my reward? That in my preaching I may present the glad tidings free of charge, so as not to make full use of my right in the glad tidings. For though I am free from all, I have made myself a servant to all, that I might win more of them. To the Judeans, I became as a Jew, as a Judean, in order to win the Judeans. To those under the law, I became as one under the law, though not being myself under the law, I might win those under the law. By the way, I kind of wonder what he means by under the law here, if he's talking about the traditions of men with the Judeans. Because you got to understand, too, he was a Pharisee. He used to be a Pharisee. So you could be referring to that he went to the circumcision party at their level, came to them where they were. So I don't know, that I think that gets misunderstood in the Christian church. They think that, well, we're not under the law anymore, and they get this concept that Paul's saying, I wasn't really keeping the Torah. I pretended to keep the Torah to win my physical brothers and sisters, which I would disagree with that interpretation. To those outside the law, I became as one outside the law, not being outside the law of Yahuwah, but under the law of Messiah, that I might win those outside the law. So, yeah, I agree with the Hebraic Roots Bible notes here. It says, Paul is asserting here to the newly converted who never knew the Torah before, that he would very gently instruct them, so as for them to be able to understand. Okay, that makes sense. To the weak I became weak, that I might win the weak. I have become all things to all people, that by all means I might save some. I do it all for the sake of the glad tidings, that I may share with them in it barakas. Do you not know that in a race all the runners run, but only one receives a prize? So run that you may obtain it. Every athlete exercises self-control in all things. They do it to receive a perishable wreath, but I don't like the word wreath there. I would say perishable possessions or wealth. But we an imperishable. So I do not run aimlessly. I do not box as one beating the air. But I discipline my body and keep it under control, lest after preaching to others, I myself should be disqualified. Okay, so that's the end of our reading for today. Thank you for joining us. So that was 1 Corinthians chapters 5 to 9. So thank you for joining us. I thank you for bearing well with us for this long study today. For those out there that are not on the Eastern Standard Time, to all of our brothers and sisters out there that it's still Sabbath for them, I just want to say have a great rest of your Shabbat. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Till next time, we'll see you. Shabbat Shalom.
Hey, Doug.